Is it honestly, Marcus? Can we just change the camera right off of there, and then not trying?
You can probably hear me now. Check one, two. We out. Hello. Goodbye.
All right, what is much? How are you doing? Good to see you. How has your first 8 hours gone? Yeah, yeah, yeah. We've had a pretty good. We've had a lot of people that aren't necessarily staying in our shelter, but we have a little fire going out here, and it's cold. It's like the first last night it was like in the 40s. Tonight it's supposed to be 35. So it's like people just see a fire and they're like, "Oh, hey, can I get warm on this thing?" It's like, "Yeah." And then just have gotten some good feedback of um, just them hanging around and people walking up. Just we had a really actually super powerful. This guy we actually cut the audio on it because it got to be just to a place where I was like, "Okay, this is not. This guy needs like real help." And um, felt like we had reached a point past of like what was appropriate as far as um so we muted the mics and he kind of like broke down and was like, "Hey, I need help. I just and so we're able to kind of like put some support around him and say like, "Hey, what do you need? How do we come alongside him to get him help in that moment, but also like not have it be like a little bit of a spectacle." So
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
um
Appreciate the
and there were a
dignity.
bunch of people around too, so it was kind of like everybody recognized what was happening and kind of like met the moment, I guess, of
Yeah,
of what was going on.
it's awesome.
So that was cool. And then you heard from, we're just opening a women's shelter. We just breaking ground, and so
Yeah,
have much to our. We weren't surprised, but I didn't know if they'd come on camera. But we've had some that are just sleeping against our building because it's well lit. They know that it's recorded
yeah,
as a safe place to be. So they've come and kind of talked about their experience of being homeless
yeah.
as a female by themselves and challenges. So yeah, it's been super you know impactful and gotten some good information. Then I would say tomorrow for us is more of our like community heavy,
Yeah.
whereas like the mayor and stuff like that. But
I tried to do that when I'm not crazy loopy by like 9 a.m. tomorrow. I got the fire chief coming at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I was like, dude, I am going to be so squirrely.
oh, I know we were like, so we're just entering into the like we kind of said like 11 to 4 is like dead space of
Yeah,
like who's watching for one.
yeah, yeah,
And,
yep,
and then like, can I just sleep on the bench? Is that okay?
yeah, yeah,
Because I could probably.
yeah.
um,
Yeah,
but
it's
would
interesting
love.
because I think the perception that I've heard from a lot of the community, or at least some of the people, is that they thought I was going to be like out on a bus stop bench in the middle of nowhere, and I'm like, well,
Yeah,
that's we can't have to live stream. So it's this big involved, computer deal that,
yeah. The
you know,
involvement to do this was a little more.
well,
I think like when it got started, it was like, oh, you'll set up a phone and you'll be good. And it was
yeah,
like, that's not gonna happen.
that, yeah,
So
but
would love for you, Jeff, just to share a little bit
yeah.
about kind of what's going on at the Long Beach Rescue Mission. I know you guys are working on some building projects, and would just love to hear those updates.
Yeah, yeah. So, so this is my 20th year at the mission. I've been the CEO for the last 3. It's been incredible to watch what God has done over these last 3 years. Kind of feels like Fantasia, like that moment when the mops jump up and start cleaning. It's like there's not a building we have that hasn't been taken apart and put back together, from the roofs to the door frames to the dorms. And so it's incredible to watch a place I love so much restored, revived. There's probably 2 decades of deferred maintenance that I had walked into, and then the way that God has expanded our reach, built capacity. So we had an old strip mall that we had purchased probably 20 years ago, and our Samaritan House, which is 150 beds for men, it was built in the late 80s, so it didn't have the same ADA requirements. So all the beds are upstairs, and every day we turn away men with disabilities. And so, as I'm starting to sense the call back to the mission, I had done 12 years on staff and then 4 on the board of directors while I was pastoring my church. And then, he's starting to tug me back. And, part of what made it clear that he was calling me home is that there's vision. It's like I knew what needed to be done, and I felt uniquely equipped to know how to do it. And so the board said, hey, think about this building, how we can activate it for ministry. This thing, it was like, of course, we need beds for men with disabilities. Like, that's just, yeah. So we watched this conversation turn into a conceptual design, turn into a fully funded $1.2 million remodel with one donor covering $300,000 a year in operating costs before we even broke ground. We broke ground September 18th of 23. We were fully operational February 26th of 24. We were at capacity in 2 weeks, and we've been full ever since. So the need was clearly there. If we'd have built 30 beds, it'd be full. But I think one of the things that has been so encouraging is 2 years ago, we couldn't offer our 1-year discipleship life recovery program to men with disabilities because we couldn't house them. And now 10 of those 15 men are in that 1-year program, and we've had three graduates already. It's incredible. Another growing population that we're seeing is transitional age youth, so young men 18 to 24. And we have this garage at the men's facility. I've parked my car there for years. And it was dingy and dirty and oil stains and all that stuff. It smelled. But when they had painted all the buildings, I'm standing inside of there. It had just been finished painting, and I'm with the program director and the site superintendent for the projects that we had been doing. And it was like I got pulled out of the conversation, and all I could see was beds. It's like, this needs to be beds. Yeah. And so this was another one where it started with a conversation with an architect. By the end of the call, I had a floor plan. By the end of the week, he sent me renderings. I already move a clip faster than the board, so I had called the board chair. I was like, hey, don't freak out. I'm going to send you some renderings, and what I'd really like is your permission to put some feelers out to see if there's some funding for this. And so she gave me the green light, and this is a crazy story. Just when God called me back, he promised to provide everything I'd need to do what he was calling me to do, and he's shown me that over and over. But we had estimated it'd be about $650,000 to do the interior remodel, and so board chair said, go for it. I'd called the mayor. His kids went to the school where I was pastoring. I said, hey, we're a Christian organization. We don't receive government funding. We don't discriminate. If we had the money, we could turn this around in less than a year. And he's like, well, we don't have money. We get our money from the county. So let me put you in contact with the county. Call the county rep. Immediately recognize his voice. This guy, Ivan, who, has been to our ribbon cuttings and prayer breakfasts and things like that. I said, Ivan, we're a Christian organization. We don't discriminate. It always comes down to money and people. If we have the money, we can turn this around. And he's like, okay, well, how much do you need? I said, $500,000. I said, okay, well, I'm pretty good at finding money, so let me call you back. 3 weeks go by. It's the Friday before our board meeting. And I don't even like to call her a donor. She's a friend. And, we've built this relationship. She's not married, no kids. She's leaving her entire estate to the mission. And she's just She's just a friend. So anyway, she's at the graduation, and I see this look on her face of joy, pride. I don't know, like if you could bottle it up and give it to the world, it would be a better place. And
Yeah.
but I felt prompted by the Spirit. You should ask her if she's thought about making a gift and being here to watch it. So it's kind of an awkward conversation, but it was interesting because we had already planned to have lunch that following Tuesday. So Monday before the board meeting, I called the board chair. I was like, hey, I'm going to circle back with the county. I'm going to have this conversation with Nancy. Wouldn't it be funny if I showed up to the board meeting with a fully funded new shelter? She's like, yeah, that'd be funny. So I call Ivan with the county. He's like, hey, I'm so glad you called. I was going to call you later today. I found the money, $500,000. I meet with Nancy, and it leads to this beautiful conversation about life and faith and fear, and how having no husband, no kids, there's this fear that if something happens and she ends up in a home, will she be able to sustain herself? And
Yeah.
then she has this like light bulb moment. She's like, my dad used to buy these government bonds when I was little, and they're just sitting in this account. They're not part of my retirement. What could you do with $300,000? So, well, we can build this shelter for these young men. She's like, Jeff, I know you'll do the right thing, and so I'll start working on it. So in 24 hours, God provided $800,000. Went to the board meeting with a fully funded new shelter. We broke ground. I thought we would be operational already, but permitting aside, we broke ground in January, but started construction September 8th. We'll be operational second week of January. So it's moving quick, and that'll be full as quickly as we can do intake. And then right now also, just a lot of things. We have a 3-story, 60-bed shelter for women and children that's being constructed. First,
I've been following you guys on your updates on Facebook where you've like showing the layouts and stuff.
Oh gosh, man, it's so cool, and it's sad that there's so great a need, but it feels really special to get to be a part of what God's doing to meet that need. So it sounds like you guys are moving and grooving too.
Yeah, so it's cool to hear those stories. I've been telling people on our feed just like, hey, there's people all over the United States doing this, and like we're really proud of the work we're doing and the ways in which we've seen God move. But it's like it's not in one place. It's all these places across the United States where you're getting funding for a shelter in 24 hours, which is insane.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you just even hearing it, I'm like, that's wild, but even as we've been sitting with people who've been around our organization, we're only 25 years old next year. Just to say though, like I've been here for 18, been in the CEO for a year and a half. Stuff we even just to look around to see where we're at now, it's like 10 years ago, none of us would have thought this was even remotely possible. And then God just delivers. So we're working currently, we'll sign our contract next week with the contractor, but selected a contractor for our women's service expansion. So that's probably the sector that there's another women's shelter in our town, but there's not enough for single beds. And if we could take off some of the single beds, it opens space at their shelter for families. So kind of multi-purpose of meeting a need. Women in our community are waiting about 2 weeks to get into shelter. So the decisions they're making in those 2 weeks to keep themselves safe are not ideal, to say the least. So, but kind of similar things, like because we've been a men's only shelter, the question we'd always got was like, well, what about the women? What happens to the women? And never had a good answer, but people would always be like, hey, if you ever do a women's shelter, call me. I want to be a part of it, So, we started our fundraising, kind of the silent portion of it. And in 3 weeks before we even went public, we had met our initial goal because so many people were like, coming in with huge gifts to be like, hey, we want to be a part of this. We're so excited that the Refuge is going to step in and provide a faith-based, care for these women. And so just thinking about the way God showed up in that specific way too.
Yeah.
Of people that are just like, you go to somebody expecting them to give, whatever the number is, but then, like they double a really large number. You're just like, whoa, that was not in our like, hey,
Yeah.
here's how we think we get to this number.
Yeah.
So what it allowed us to do actually is, as the campaign was growing and the excitement, there were some things for the men who currently stayed with us that when we built this current space, we just didn't think about properly. It happens with buildings.
Yep.
You think you've thought about everything, and then as soon as you're living in it for like 3 weeks, you're like, why would we not have done that?
Yeah. Yep.
So we needed to expand our day room.
Yeah.
It just got to be, we used to have about 35 people. Now we have 60 people.
Yeah.
And, our population that we are seeing kind of massive growth in is older, complex health issues.
Yeah.
And so they're not going anywhere during the day, except
No.
if they're going to a doctor's appointment, they're on oxygen. And so they just need a place where they can be during the day.
Yeah.
While they're, sick and need medical care and whatnot. So we'll expand that service for them so that there's, proper amount of space. They're not playing sardines in a tiny room. And then, you can imagine the complications that happen from people being crammed in. But
Yeah.
it's just amazing to see what the Lord provided. And so we're also going to be, with the women's shelter, we're going to be adding a laundry service. That's like a no fold laundry, because so many people that use our clothing services are like, I wouldn't come here if I could just wash my own clothes.
Yeah.
And so we just got to talking. I was like, man, it's just such a dignity piece for people to just like, when I was out, fundraising, like, hey, they're no different than us. Everybody has their favorite pair of jeans.
Yep.
And they're like, yeah, but I got to go. I can't afford to launder them, so I'll go get another pair. And hopefully, cut down on some of the waste that we see from our emergency shelter, where people are coming to get things maybe they don't need, but they were just like, I need clean clothes. This is as close as I can get.
Yep.
And then we're gonna, so older, sicker, and then like we're probably like 2 decades behind California in that we're just seeing a really large unsheltered population.
Yeah.
So we went from about 30 to 100 in the last 2 years in our county.
Wow.
So just figuring out like, how do we, step in the gap to both service them and also, meet their housing needs of like, hey, how do we connect you? So even with all the services we're adding, we're kind of adding a housing support specialist to work directly with getting them signed up and connected to housing, and like, hey, are you ready?
Yeah.
What services do you want? So
what does the network of care look like in the area that you're in? We had a question that popped up that was like, okay, so why is homelessness so bad in Long Beach compared to Palos Verdes? And I'm like, well, I mean, Palos Verdes is like very wealthy, but then as you think about it, it's also the concentration of services in one area. If you're homeless, there's not a lot for you in Rancho PV in terms of getting help, whereas in Long Beach.
So we're the county seat. So all of our Stark County jobs and family services, all the, SNAP benefits that you have to apply for, Social Security office, all those are in our city.
Yeah.
And so it's what we battle all the time, where, you can't not, people have to come. This is the hub of the bus situation over a county-wide area.
Yeah.
So part of it's just natural that it's gonna be here. But we're actually, one thing that it has done across the county is that it used to just be kind of in our 3 major cities that people would see it, but it's just gotten so pervasive that, even the small communities that never ever had people homeless or sleeping on the streets, like people are ending up there because they're like, hey, I'm from this small town, this is where I grew up, and I'm homeless, but I want to stay in this community.
Yeah.
And so figuring out like, how do you kind of get services to them, and also say like, you want to move back to this community, we want to figure out a way to keep you connected there. So, but that's we run into that all the time. It's kind of unavoidable.
Yeah.
And we've gotten really like countywide, we've had a bunch of like really intense NIMBY you know, where people had owned land, went to do building projects in the city, you know, 50, 60 people show up at you know, a meeting that usually no one shows up at.
Wow.
And they're basically like, yeah, we don't want that. We don't want the homeless on our street, but we aren't going to build housing in our neighborhood.
Right.
And so that's kind of some of the challenges we're facing locally as we think about, you know, not just our organization, but kind of like from a system wide.
Yeah.
How do we begin to, you know, make some ground there? So
yeah, some of the conversation we were having is like, how do you hold both the legitimate concerns of the community and the impact homelessness has, whether it's, you know, sanitization, I forget how I want to say that, but, you know, increased crime rates, trash, you know, just kind of everything that comes with that, theft, versus or in tension with the compassion side of things. Like nobody wakes up and is like, you know, I think I want to blow my life up and live on the street. So, you know, balancing those two things, you know, accountability, empathy, I don't know. It's definitely challenging, you know, and as a homeowner, like I get it. You are over on the east side and you start to, it becomes much more visible, and, you know, the challenges that come with that are there. You know, and yet they're people, they're lost, they're broken, they need help.
And I think that's one of the benefits we really have seen, because we've had a lot of political stuff going on. We, you know, our city instituted a camping ban within the last month, and so there's a lot of talk about homelessness. So we were like, you know, how do you partake in that conversation when you understand, like, yeah, all sides have some legitimate concern, but also, like, you know, so this felt like such an easy way to humanize that, like, yeah, like, we understand your concerns, but here's the people that it's impacting, and, you know, might in theory be against it, but it's like, here's Joe. Like, Joe can recover.
Yeah.
You know, Joe's not the summation of his worst decision.
Yeah.
And so telling those stories, I think, for us is part of like a longer term strategy.
Yeah.
Of just kind of continuing, you know, and we just said, like, we have to do a better job locally, whether it's in papers and on our social media, of telling the story of, hey, people get better.
Yep.
Recovery is possible, and we need to continue to tell those stories so that people understand, like, yeah, the guy that works at your grocery store, you're not afraid of him.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be afraid to have him as your neighbor.
Yeah.
Well, he one time he struggled and now he's better.
Yeah.
And, you know, we need to make space for them to re-enter our community.
Yeah. Yeah, and playing the long game too, because it's like, even just telling a story takes time. And I think that speaks to the process. And there's no silver bullet, there's no on-off switch. It's living life with people, and you know, allowing the relationships that we build to invite us into places of vulnerability, to bring healing, to bring hope, that we ultimately know comes from Christ.
Yeah, and that's the other conversation we've had is just like, you're not going to hit a grand slam with housing. You're going to hit you're going to have to hit 10 singles to move the dial. Yep. You know, there's just no grand slam to be had. And so, you know, even locally, like, as we've talked with, you know, we're not in that realm, but just saying, like, hey, for our outflow, we have to have places they can go, and just to be like, hey, get rid of hitting the grand slam. Like, we just need to hit 10 singles. And so where are places we can have small wins with, you know, like you said, like, low cost but high impact, and you know, move that downhill. So so awesome, those are kind of the things we're seeing, and this seemed like such a great conversation way to kind of highlight that.
Yeah, it's been really good for us. We were right before this call, we had a family, you know, husband, wife, and their 2 kids, 2 teenage kids, and just, you know, from living in an alley involved with gangs to recovered, healing, you know, enjoying being healthy, loving and supporting their kids. Like, this is what it's about, but it takes time.
It takes time. Yeah. So. Like all good things.
Yes. Yeah.
So thanks so much for jumping on, Jeff.
Yeah,
it's
man.
Good to you.
You as well.
Stay warm. 35 degrees tonight. Yeah.
I know.
it had been so warm. It had been 80 degrees for the last like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then this literally it was 80 degrees on Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday rain, today cold.
Oh gosh, yeah, it was sunny and 70 earlier. And I think
What's the low
think
in
it's-
Long Beach
I
tonight?
think it's gonna be like 58.
Oh
Let
yeah,
me see. Yeah,
better get out your stocking cap.
gosh, my hoodie.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah,
I have a 0 degrees.
58, low of 58.
That's
I'll think
awesome.
warm thoughts for you.
Yeah, appreciate that, and thanks for jumping on.
Yep.
Going to continue to follow you guys, and we'll continue to pray for you guys, and all the cool things happening over there, and yeah,
You
just
as well, man.
see how God's moving over there.
Praise God. Praise God.
All right.
All right, bless you, brother. Take care.
I don't know what the technical part of moving this is, so however anybody gets out of here,
Yep. See
I'm
you,
just
man.
the guy that has to talk about it. See you, Jeff.
All right. Well, I am here, and this is Jacob. Jacob is. How long have you been at the mission?
About a month now,
About a
Pastor
month.
Jeff.
Yeah, and you're doing the New Life program,
I'm doing the 90-day program right
90-day
now.
case
I'm thinking
management.
about doing the program.
You should.
It's
Let me help you
tempting.
think. You should.
I'll have to do it then.
Yeah. Well, how did you end up here? Tell me a little bit about your story.
It's an interesting story. So I've been home. This is my third time being homeless. The first time I had uh, given away all my stuff, and I knew I was going to go in the Army. And me and Pastor Jeff, we just got done talking about my background in the Army, good times in the Army, and love the Army. Hooah.
Yeah.
Can I get a hooah?
Yeah.
He was also in the Army. But anyway, I felt called to do like I was going to the Marines, and long story short, my dad kicks me out, and I ended up homeless. And this was over in Lake Charles, and I became like a wandering street minute pastor. You know, just because I knew I was going to the Army, I was talking to recruiters already, so it was done deal. So I didn't have to like look for work. So for 2 months, I didn't have anywhere to go, but I just knew the Lord had me, and He did have me, because I ended up going into the Army, and I had a good experience out of it, and all things considered, it was a good experience, and really growing, and then so that was the first time I was homeless, and then the second time I was homeless was out of the Army, because everyone, when they leave the Army, they get homeless out of the Army,
Yeah.
and just sometimes it's just check into a hotel room somewhere, but you're still homeless. But and then this is the third time. So I had a comfortable life set up in Dallas, Texas, and the Lord called me to basically like go to Russia and preach, and I did not want to go. That was back in February, or March the 1st is when I had a dream telling me to go, and I ended up buying a plane ticket, getting a visa. It took months, and I ended up trying to go, but 8 days before, I just it was the weirdest thing. The Lord, He kind of spoke out of my mouth, and He said some things that I don't know if I should get into, but uh, He said that He could solve the world's problems through my ministry in 12 days if I get a police escort to the U.S. Capitol building, and that kind of derailed me. And He said, Michael, horses out. David, 360-degree perimeter check. And He said, it's been a long time. And that's all I could say is for sure from the Lord. And then after that, it kind of like I went into this like hyper spiritual state, and I got into it with the police in Dallas, and they put me into a mental institution. And then long story short, I ended up in California, and I was on the street, homeless and starving. And I had a dream telling me to come to the Long Beach Rescue Mission. And I try to make it as concise as possible because it's kind of complicated, but like.
Yeah. So you came here a month ago. You're doing the 90-day case management program.
Yeah.
Really recognizing there are some things to work on in your life to get
Right
you
on.
to a place of independence back out in society. I listen to you share your story. I hear a sensitivity to your relationship with Jesus, to hear the word of God and to be responsive to that. Here at the Rescue Mission, that really is our heart, is to teach people, what it means to be in a relationship with Jesus, what His word teaches us about life in relationship with Him, but life in relationship with other people. What does it look like for us to be spiritually, physically, emotionally, mentally healthy? And it's been incredible to watch stories of life change. We've heard some of those tonight. And
I didn't know where to go, man.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought I'm gonna just starve here, because I'm asking people, I'm knocking on doors, like, hey, can you help me? And nobody really knows in the area like where to go. And I was down in San Pedro. Some dude said, "Welcome to San Pedro, buddy."
Yeah.
like I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'm here. Guys, thanks, California.
Yeah.
And but then like I said, I had that dream. It said, "Come, Jacob." It was the Long Beach Rescue Mission in the dream. It said, "Come, Jacob."
Yeah.
And I came out. I had to sleep outside the first night, and somebody gave me some breakfast, and and then everything's been good. And jobs lining up.
Yeah.
And God's good.
Tell me about the facilities, right?
Facilities
You feel
are nice,
like,
man.
Is it?
Because I've been in two other homeless shelters, the Salvation Army and the Little Rock Compassion Center.
Yeah.
Those were the other times I was homeless. So, and this one is by far the best. And
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
tell that the
I'm partial,
charity's
but
been
yeah,
charity's been really good for the renovations.
our heart has been to create a place that dignifies those we serve. So, that contrast from sleeping out on the street to coming into a home, and that's really what we want the mission to be, is that home
Yeah.
during that transitional time, and that family that sticks with you.
Yeah, well, I definitely don't want it to be a forever home.
No, not a forever home. Nope, transitional. I threw that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
We got to make room for the next guy.
Yeah.
But, well, man, I'd love to pray with you, pray for you,
Absolutely.
just what God's doing. So encouraged. So, God, I come to you in prayer with Jacob. I even think of your word and a man named Jacob who had radical life
Yaakov.
change take place through an encounter with you. And I just pray that for Jacob, his time here at the rescue mission would be an encounter with you, that he would experience your compassionate care, that he would sense the depth of your love for him. God, that you would bring him into a place of flourishing and abundance. God, I know that abundant life, it's not measured in how much money you have in your bank account. That God, the abundant life that you offer to us is measured in joy, it's measured in peace, it's measured in purpose. And I pray that he would experience all of those things. So thank you for the mission. Thanks for being that place where we can find refuge, where we can find food to eat, clothes to wear, a place to lay our head, but also life-changing programs to rebuild and to become the very best who we're supposed to be. And we ask this now in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. All right, brother.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thanks for taking time.
No problem.
Appreciate you, man. Look forward
Appreciate
to
you. Appreciate the
continuing to
mission.
see, how God's at work.
Right on.
All right, man. Thank you.
My name is Paul. I've been homeless on and off for about 20 years or so. Did drugs, meth, weed. I was in San Bernardino, and I started out going to do laundry, but something told me to jump on the bus and come here, and I just came to the mission and started out as a 90-day person about a month ago, and then I just decided to join the year program, 2 days ago. My story of homelessness, um, if I could tell somebody about it or help them out, uh, I'd tell them that it's hard. It's hard being out there. Um, if you could get into a if you could get into a good shelter, like the Long Beach Mission, by all means do it. You know, a, a place is great. They help you out, give you clothes, food. Um, they'll they have a good program here. But as far as being homeless, it's hard. I would not suggest that to anybody. You know, it's really hard. Like I said, when you're sleeping out there, you got to pretty much sleep with one eye open. And that's no way of living. You know, 'cause it's too easy to get drugs and everything else like that. And if you want to get your mind clear, or be right or get right, you know, come here to the mission. My mom started me on drugs. Started me with weed at 9. And then coke and then speed and so my mom was hardly ever there. You know, uh, my 3 sisters, they never really played a part, in my life. Even now, well, my baby sister does, but my mom, um, she was never really around. Maybe a week or a weekend out of a month, because she was off doing her own thing and doing her own drugs and stuff like that. My grandma had to come in and take care of us and bring us food and stuff. And I had to learn how to cook for me and my 3 sisters at 9, 10 years old, and make sure that we ate. And tired of being homeless, and tired of doing drugs. I didn't want to do it anymore. You know, um, Before I came here to be in 90 days, I was sleeping on the ground on the concrete, and my body literally said, sleep here one more time. I'm not getting you up. But I'd be awake, but I wouldn't be able to get up because my body was tired. I was just tired of being tired. And here, like, he's helping me out so much so far, and I know there's a lot more to come, so I'm really excited about that. Um, it helped. I'm thinking like a lot more clear. It's helping me think a lot clearer. Helping me get closer to God. They help you out with schooling. Like jobs, computers. Um, even help you get your own place. And I like that. Every other shelter that I've been to, they've had programs and stuff. But I really was excited, to join those programs, like in Oklahoma or Michigan or anything. But here, for some reason, it just God just told me, this is where I want you to be. So I joined up. They didn't ask me if I wanted to join. I just volunteered. Everybody welcomed me with open arms. I had mixed feelings about the shelter with all the other shelters I've been to. They didn't treat people, the outside people, very well. They, um, but this one, treat you like a real person. They welcome you with open arms. They they're closer to God. Help you get closer to God. And that really appealed to me. I work in the kitchen, and my job is working in the kitchen in the morning time. I wake up about 5 o'clock, be in the kitchen at 5:30. I'm off at 9. My tour, is helping people come in from off the streets, sit them down, get them ready to go in and eat, you know, and help them out and make sure they sit everywhere and where they're supposed to be. Well, I read the Bible a lot. You know, I talk to other people, you know, that have the same issues that I do, you know, or more than what I did have. So we talk about it between each other, you know, and they help out with you, you know, they're more willing to sit and talk, you know, and listen to your problems and help you out. You know, everybody here is great, you know, and willing to help out. You know, all you have to do is sit down, you know, and ask them, you know, hey, can I talk? You know, I'm having a rough time, you know, and they're more willing to sit down and talk. You know, everybody here is great. You know, I can't remember all the names at the present time, but they're all great. My goals for the future is hopefully stay off drugs, you know, get my own place, you know, be able to establish it, be able to handle, you know, my own place, you know, live on my own, you know, don't think about going back to my old ways, you know, drugs or anything like that.
Well, hey everyone, I am now here with Kristen Jones, the chairman of the board for the Long Beach Rescue Mission, and her husband Tim Jones. We have known each other for a long time, going back to when I was working evenings here and you and your family would come and lead worship, and then a connection through Bethany Church where we both attended for a while, and then your service here, and it's just been great to be under your leadership, but be a part of the leadership of the mission and what God's been doing in this season. And so maybe you can share with us a little bit about yourself and how you got, involved with the mission and why you do what you do. You do a lot.
Thanks. It's fun to be a part of this event and such an honor to be a part of the mission. I know Tim and I, as we were raising our 3 little boys, we wanted this to be our local community place where we could serve. And so that's why we started doing music as a family. And then as we got more and more familiar with the mission, the women's shelter became my passion.
Yeah.
So I would volunteer with girlfriends over there, leading worship, leading devotionals, and just became so involved in some of their stories, some of their lives. And I think that's probably when we connected initially with the mission. I think you were a program director at that time.
Yeah.
And so when those days kind of came to an end, the boys got busy doing other things, other ministries. I was asked to come on the board kind of as a liaison for this ministry, primarily for Lydia House, and then ended up in the position I'm in now where I just get to be involved in all of it. And I feel so blessed. And I know both of us have felt like the mission has given so much to our family as we've been able to come to the graduations, which are our favorite events, and hear the stories of redemption, hear the stories of what God's doing and what you and your staff are doing, how God's using you in our community. So that's the quick story of how we got involved. Did you want to add anything?
No, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So you've been serving as the board chair now for how long?
8, maybe.
8 years. Yeah. So when I think about all that you've led through, right? There's been leadership transitions, global pandemics. There's been, millions of dollars of renovations and renewal, and not that the number of dollars that have been spent, but it's significant growth that's taken place that you've led the directors, you've created the context in which those things can happen. It's been an amazing 8 years. And I guess, part of this is just me wanting to encourage you and for you to sense God's divine delight. I'm given a tour right before this interview with a police officer who served in Long Beach for 20 years, who's been here for a number of different reasons, but I'm fairly certain I've called their team to come help us walk through this place and not recognize it at all. He's like, this didn't look like this. I don't remember this being this way. And, the external renovations that are happening, ultimately symbolic of the internal life transformation that God is bringing in the hearts of our people. I just want you to be encouraged with everything you've been a part of. And it's been fun to do it with you. Yeah.
Thanks. It means a lot. I think that your leadership, and I'm not just trying to give back because you complimented me, but your desire to really meet the needs of this community and being such a visionary, I think it makes it easy. And I think every board member would say that every board meeting you say, God will provide all we need to do everything he's calling us to do.
Yep.
And that kind of mantra reverberates through each board meeting when you're asking us to expand our vision, to authorize funding or whatever it might be. So I think it's a good partnership.
Yeah.
But we're really thankful for you too.
Yeah.
It's amazing to be just a tiny little administrative part of what God's doing here. So for sure.
So you guys went with me on search and rescue.
First time
Tuesday. So we send a team of volunteers. We have an outreach worker that goes out, brings some basic things to the community, food, builds relationships of trust, offers prayer, offers shelter, really just trying to be present within the community, make known the great work that God's doing here. And when given the opportunity, bring people into shelter. And so what was that experience like? You got to go to the multi-service center. You got to be kind of in and around. What was that like for you?
First of all, I was so impressed with Justin, who's your guy who does this every day of the week. He is so humble and gracious and just exudes the love of Christ. Seemed to know how to interact with everybody that we met,
Yeah.
whether it was a person experiencing homelessness or a person from Long Beach City Health or another agency. He was right there building relationships
Yeah.
between the mission and whoever it was.
Yeah.
And really, really impressive. Wonderful opportunity. You do that once a month. He's doing it every day.
Yeah.
Can other people go on ride-alongs like we do?
Any day you guys want. Yeah. No, it's and I think it's fun for us to be able to go out. Not just we'll do it. If I didn't do what I do here, I'd probably be on street outreach every day because it's just my heart. But it's fun to be able to go out there with the community. I think it does open people's eyes to the complexity of the situation, and I think, man, I'd love if every interaction led to somebody hopping in the car and experiencing life change. It's not that easy. And every interaction that we have is that touch point where they're getting to know us, they're getting to know our heart, so that ask becomes less of an ask because they know who we are. But yeah.
I have a little harder time with the hands-on part of it. So
Yeah.
that it was really good for me. I can sit in a boardroom or behind my computer and do the administrative work and love that and come down here and observe. But actually getting in the van and going, that was outside my comfort zone.
Yeah.
So that means I need to do it more.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're just reminded that there are people too
Yeah.
that have kids and spouses and loved ones and lives and
Yeah.
are broken like I'm broken, but they're in a much harder place, right? And so it was a really good just a reminder for me, a perspective shift on
Despite you being out of your comfort zone, your prayers for the several people that we got to pray for were perfect. Right on.
Well, I love that. I love that was a significant part of it, that we gave food and then we prayed for them, and everyone we asked said, yes, please.
Yeah.
And it was amazing.
Yeah. And you start to see the layers too of like mental illness, substance abuse. Not everybody out there that we interacted with was on drugs or suffering from mental illness, but it certainly was a factor. And even the last gal that I was connecting with, as she was sharing, because she was clean, but she had medical stuff. She had significant trauma, and you're like, okay, they're like, it's more than just I don't want to come into shelter, right? There's other factors that are in that I don't know, we always think about or factor in. So, anyways, but grateful that you guys came along, and I'll be out there every first Tuesday. Anybody wants to come with me out on Search and Rescue, I go out the first Tuesday of every month, and you can meet me here in the parking lot at 9:00. And it doesn't matter how many of you show up, we'll figure out what to do if you get here. So
do go. It's
Yeah.
a great opportunity to experience the Rescue Mission's outbound ministry firsthand.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question for you,
Let's do it.
because I came here
Yeah.
thinking I wanted to ask you a question. So you know that I love the 1-year program.
Yeah.
Board meetings, conversations, I'm always, but what about the 1-year program? What about the Life Change program?
Yeah.
And so I've been listening to this live stream most of the day, hearing different people ask different questions, propose different solutions, settle on maybe the housing first, like we talked about, or providing food or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I would just love to be reminded, and I think it's good for all of us to be reminded, what is it about that 1-year program that is so worth investing in for us as a mission? Because obviously that's what we're doing different than most of the shelters around us. So if you had to highlight like the best parts of it.
Well, I would say the overarching part is we are presenting a relationship with Jesus as the redemptive solution to all of it, whether it's bringing health mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically. He's what changes everything. So every component of the 1-year program, while we say there's like a core discipleship component, how to study the Bible, how to pray, a basic theology class, every part of the curriculum has how the gospel brings healing and hope into each of those areas. So when we talk about anger management, it's not like, psychology in the sense of like devoid of relationship with Jesus. It's saying, well, God has created us with this powerful emotion. that he himself possesses. It says that God gets angry. So if God is without sin and God gets angry, then anger in itself is not sin. So now why were we given this powerful emotion? Well, it moves us to take positive, loving actions to correct injustice, to correct wrongs. And that may even mean taking ownership of our own wrongs that have created that anger. So that's just one example of like, okay, the gospel's bringing redemption to this emotion that maybe has broken relationships. I remember times of my addiction where I would be so angry, I'd put my fist through a wall or something to get tossed. And that now you're learning to hold, the whole of the human experience in a way that's not self-destructive or harmful to other people. Workforce development, again, it's about being created with purpose, with gifts, unique gifts. You've been given administrative gifts that mission has significantly benefited from, right? Where I've received other gifts and Tim's received other gifts. And it's like, okay, well, figuring out what is it that we've been uniquely given and how does that inform the decisions that we make? I think the adverse childhood experience, the ACE overcomers, is again one of those ones where until we call it out and really acknowledge the fact that nobody that we're serving has gone unscathed by this world, period. And many of the people who come through here have endured significant childhood trauma. That affects identity, that affects attachment, all of our relationships. And so how then does the gospel reorient our lives from finding our identity in the things that have happened to us or the things that we've done to these are things that no longer define us but are a part of our story? So everything's gospel infused, I guess. So that's what makes it different. And even going back, I had mentioned earlier the outreach worker that had contacted me and we'd known each other for years. She's like, I don't know what it is, but you guys are just doing something different. And I said, well, our gear is cooler than your gear and our vans are better than your van. And no, I said, we're praying with people. We're acknowledging the whole person. It's not just, how likely are you to die out there? Let's run you through a screening. It's not collecting demographic information. Certainly we want to know who it is that we're serving. But it's like, how can we pray for you? I remember I'd gone out, this was 2 months ago. We're on the railroad tracks on the north side. And this guy actually worked for the contractor company that redid the floors in our bathrooms at Samaritan House. Okay. And so we had made that connection. And then I had asked him, how can I be praying for you? He's like, would you pray for peace for our encampment? Like, it's just been really contentious. And then, the other night I'm trying to keep this guy alive who overdosed on fentanyl, and we're waiting for the paramedics to get there, but they're like down and around the tracks, and they're like, we were out of Narcan, and you're just thinking, oh, these are like categories that I don't like, that it's just not my world. That's different. That's different when you're entering into a space like that with people. It's a different thing. So that's where I think New Life program, where we see the most significant life transformation is through a New Life program. We get to go along for the ride, and that part's really cool. And then the graduation tomorrow.
That's where we hear the stories.
Yeah, eight men, 1 woman graduating tomorrow, which is huge. It's very exciting. I think anybody who wants to come and attend, it'll be at 6 o'clock inside of our chapel. And it's just a beautiful time of testimony, a lot of thank yous. And, you get to hear from our staff. And
but it's the fruit of the ministry.
Yeah.
And that's how I always tell other board of directors, other directors, is you want to see the fruit of the work, the behind the scenes work. That's a really great way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're a donor, you for sure have got to, or a volunteer, you got to see that.
Yeah. It's awesome. Well, again, I appreciate, unless you got any other.
I was going to ask one more thing. And this is one I'm sure you get all the time, but every time I go into a 7-Eleven or I'm getting off the freeway and I see somebody who is experiencing homelessness, they're asking for food or water or money.
Yeah.
I just wonder what more I could do.
Yeah.
Like, is a bottle of water or buying them a hot dog inside or giving them a rescue mission card, like, is that enough? Is there something more? I'm praying for them.
Yeah.
Honestly, now that we've done the outreach, that might be something that I would try to do, not on the
Right.
side of the freeway, but in front of a 7-Eleven. Like, can I just pray for you? But are there other suggestions? I think all of us
Yeah.
want to do something in that
Yeah.
moment, and you can't just bring everyone to the mission.
Yeah. And you can't, this sounds terrible coming from me, but you can't help everyone that you see when you're out on the street. And it's
maybe
like,
that's helpful to hear.
we also have lives that we're living,
Right.
jobs that we're going to, ministries that we're going to, kids that we're taking to, swim lessons. Lauren took Scarlett and Goldie to swim lessons, and it so that part
Yeah.
doesn't stop. I don't
Right.
think that means that we're not compassionate people
helpful,
because we
yeah.
don't make every one of those interactions. I do always tell people we're all on search and rescue. Search and rescue is our outreach program. We're all on search and rescue.
Okay.
And if you want a shirt, come find me. We'll figure out how to
Yeah, we
get you
got our
one because
shirts.
they're legit. They're really nice, and our swag is better than theirs.
Actually,
So
that's better than mine.
yeah, you like that? Tori got it made for me, special.
Yeah. You deserve it.
But everybody's on search and rescue, and I think as we see somebody out there, certainly we want to point them in the direction of resources. We've talked about that
Resources, yeah.
balance of
Mhm.
enabling versus like empowering. And
It's a
so
hard one.
if I've got a bag in my car, like I know I'm going to encounter somebody
Mhm.
at the freeway on ramp, it's inevitable, right? And so if I've got, a care kit that's got something basic like granola bar, bottle of water, everybody loves a fresh pair of socks, but information, resources of where they can receive help. And then stories of hope. Come by the mission. We'll give you newsletters that you can put inside of those care kits that tell the story of life transformation. Graduates from our 1-year program, people that we've assisted into housing, that can be something that reminds them that
That's a good idea.
there can be life change. We're 215 beds now. We're going to be adding 72 more over the next year.
So great.
There's 3,500 people in the city experiencing homelessness on a given day. We can't do it all, right?
Yeah.
And so those collaborative relationships with other providers. Somebody did ask a question, Mina, who I know from the fish store. He's a dear buddy. Yeah, he's a good friend. Actually, he and his wife support the mission in really cool ways.
Oh,
They've
I
got a
love that.
daughter. They're always donating clothes.
Fish.
He's taught me a lot about
Okay.
fish, right? So anyways, he asked the question, why is there so much homelessness in Long Beach and you don't see it in Rancho PV? I was like, that is an interesting question, right?
Do we have better resources?
The centralization of resources.
Oh.
So if you're experiencing homelessness in Rancho PV, there's not a multi-service center that you can
Got
go
it.
to who's going to help you with general relief for some of those things. And it is that if you build it, right, but there's advantage to having those resources closer. So it's
Yeah.
kind of, you gotta hold both of those things with it. But yeah, I don't know if that got to the question, but
It did. No,
Yeah.
it did. And it reminded me when I was a mom of younger kids and of the mom's ministry at Bethany Church. And we would make those kits together with some of our 4 and 5-year-olds and put the water in their granola bars, and then we keep them in our car. And to this day, if I have one of our adult sons in the car and we pull off and somebody is there asking for something, our kids will be like, "Do we have any water? Do we have okay, we have water, but we don't keep granola bars anymore."
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll hand it out the window. So
Yeah.
there's a sense of just wanting to at least provide some immediate relief
Yeah.
and feel like, you're doing something to connect. But then if I have those little cards that say,
Right.
Call the mission.
Right.
I don't know if anyone's ever followed up, but yeah.
Sometimes people will come up. We've done street outreach. They won't get in the van, but we'll give them a card and they'll show up 2 days later
Yeah.
with a card at the front desk. So it
And
just
that's where God's
kind
sovereign.
of just depends. But I would also throw this part in: wisdom. We want to use wisdom in the way that we navigate this. So it's unwise to have somebody you don't know hop into your car. Like it's
Right.
unwise. So we've got our outreach team, call the
Mhm.
mission.
They're
We'll send a
equipped.
van out there. This is the world we
Mhm. Yeah, it's a good
know.
reminder.
So even in giving people money, it's so interesting because I was pretty like don't give people money.
Yeah.
For a while.
I remember
And
that.
and then I got softened and like bleeding heart. But I remember I encountered this guy who was sitting outside of a grocery mart, and
Mm.
he was older. He couldn't work. I knew he was an alcoholic, and I felt like God said, "I want you to bless him." And I'm like, and in my mind, I'm thinking, but he's gonna.
Mm.
And it was like God said, "That's not for you. Like the outcomes belong to me. I'm asking you to be obedient right now and show compassion to this person." So in being sensitive to the Spirit, I may feel called to do that. I don't always feel called to do that. I do feel a weight of responsibility that I'm more equipped than most people when I'm walking through a parking lot and seeing somebody experiencing homelessness to know how to help or how to engage. So I do sit with that. But again, wisdom. If I've got my 2 girls with me and I don't feel safe for them, I may feel fine if I'm by myself. But if I got my 2 girls, I gotta apply wisdom in how I approach it. So
That's a really good reminder.
no. Thank you guys for coming out here at 9 o'clock at night and
No problem.
keeping me from falling asleep. No.
Well, we'll be
It's
watching.
been good.
We'll
Yeah.
be watching a lot of the night.
Yeah.
I love hearing the different perspectives, and you've had some really a couple interesting guests that asked some great questions.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Do you have another minute?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I'm here.
sometimes-
I'm here till 12 o'clock p.m. tomorrow.
Chris will come home from board meetings and just whirlwind rattle off all of these grand ideas that you have of
Yeah.
what you could do, what the mission could do, if there was a little bit
Yeah.
more money here, a little bit more money there. What
Yeah.
if money weren't an object? What would be your next priorities?
So
Dream question.
yeah, the dream question. So I'm not bigger is better. So I don't think we need a 500 bed shelter. I think good circulation, so programs that are effective in doing what they're designed to do, bring people in, equip them, release them. But then ministry born out of ministry needs seems to be what drives vision. So Apostle House, where we're sitting in front of, our men's facility, all the beds were upstairs. So we had this space that we had acquired 20 years ago, and the board said, let's think about how to activate it for ministry. And it was a conversation with Sean Purdy, and it was like, of course, we need beds for men with disabilities. And you watch this thing take off, and we broke ground September 18th to 23. We were operational February 26th to 24. We were at capacity in 2 weeks,
Right.
and we've been full ever since.
Yeah.
Where 2 years ago we couldn't offer our New Life program to men with disabilities because we couldn't house them. 10 of these men are now in our 1-year program, and we've had 3 graduates.
Yeah, we've seen those graduations.
Isn't it? It's just
Wonderful.
amazing.
Remarkable.
So women and children, Wayne and Janet never thought that they'd need more than 50 beds for women and children. And we turn away 10 to 12 families a day, whether they're walking up or calling. And I do want to say, I have an incredible team. I just want to acknowledge they hold the conversations on the phone telling these moms that they don't have a spot. And that's like a daily occurrence. They're the ones that are at the front door telling the mom that shows up at 5 o'clock at night that we don't have a place for her and her 3 kids to stay. So it is a weighty ministry in that sense. But we're also not okay with that. So we're like, let's add. We had a 3-bedroom house. It's now going to be a 3-story, 60-bed shelter for women and children. And that's ministry born out of ministry needs. Timothy House, we've got this growing population of young men that are showing up at our door, And so a shelter for transitional age youth, men 18 to 24, let's go. We have a space, we're going to convert it. We still need to address the emergency component of women and children. So I would say of Lydia House, because there's kids involved, it does become more transitional, right? It's not like a drop-in, show up at 9 o'clock at night and we can bring you in. It's more of we're going to go through a intake process. We're going to evaluate. We want to make sure that this is going to be a good fit for you and your family, but also a good fit for the people that are already within the program. But having that open space that says you show up at 6 o'clock at night with your kids, we're not going to turn anybody away. We've got a spot. So there's a small, old furniture store directly across the street. It's been for lease. Sounds like the owner would be willing to take an offer. We would love to acquire that. The hotel that's been for sale next to it. The vision just gets broader, but I don't want to get in trouble casting my plans, my Napoleonic plans to take over the 14th and Cedar block. But it is. There's it's not spectrum, progression, however I would say it. I always get stuck on this word, but it's a process, right? Yeah. Well, yeah. You've got your moms with kids, you've got your seniors, you've got your youth, you've got your, unemployed but employable. There's just all these different layers to it where you've got to have a complex
it's not one size fits
system.
all.
Yeah, no silver bullet, and yet one redemptive solution, because the gospel can bring healing and hope to the mom with kids, bring healing and hope to the senior, that's looking for housing, the young men. It has brought hope to me,
Right.
and I'm so thankful to get to do this. It's pretty amazing.
We're thankful for you. That's for sure.
Very thankful.
Well,
it's a blessing to see how the Lord's using you every day in so many ways.
Yeah, I praise God.
Yeah,
I praise God. All right, thank you guys.
Right.
Thanks for following along.
Thanks for supporting the mission.
Yes.
Like a new office.
Yeah.
Oh, already?
Well, hey everyone, I am here with Dana Kism and her husband, Gwen. Oh gosh, I still have you. Forgive me, Dana Gwen. I have her in my phone as Dana Kism, which I need to change now that I feel absolutely horrible. This is great. This is great. Way to start the interview or the conversation. So Dana has been with the mission now for a couple years, and she's been the primary case manager for our John and Helen Apostle House. Has done a lot of work with the men who have disabilities that are experiencing homelessness and staying with us, but is now taking on a new role over at our Lydia House and is going to provide spiritual leadership as a chaplain with our Lydia House expansion. But, you know, one of the things that I really appreciate about Dana is the model of sacrificial service that she brings to every interaction that she has with the people that we serve. And there's nobody that it's like she can see a future and a hope for every person that she works with, and then is committed to doing whatever it takes to help them realize that. So Dana, definitely has been a joy serving with you here at the mission. Maybe tell us a little bit about yourself, your story, and why you're working here and serving the people that we serve.
Well, one of the things I was just thinking while you were talking was, I get to do this.
Yeah.
I get to do this. It's not a given. The Lord doesn't have to allow us to serve his people. He reminds us all the time that the poor will be amongst us. And so I think we're reminded every day of like, we get to serve his people. It's a proof to him that we'll do it.
Yeah.
Are these people around all the time? Absolutely. Even when you help one out, there's two down.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Like, I really get to do this, and I just don't take it lightly.
Yeah.
Like, to serve people. Before I came to the mission, I served in my church with my whole heart.
Yeah.
And so I look at it not as a job, but like a ministry. Well,
Sure.
not like a ministry. It is my ministry.
Yeah.
My ministry. And the Lord was very clear to me that I would be working with the brokenhearted.
Yeah.
And so here I am in lifting people's spirits, giving them hope.
Yeah.
Where sometimes they feel hopeless. Sometimes you see people with tears in their eyes, and you're like, that's me.
Yeah.
That was me.
Yeah.
When you see a mom who has children and no help, that was me.
Right.
And I can't do anything but be that rock that they don't have, that I wish I would have had, you know, when I was a young mom, raising children, trying to do everything. And then on top of that, being homeless.
Yeah.
I got to try to work. I got to try to get them to school. I got to try to feed them, pay bills. And then life happens and I become homeless.
Yeah.
That's one more added thing. And if you keep bumping into people who don't have a heart to help, it's just one more added thing.
Right.
And so I really I don't take it lightly. Like, it touches my heart every day to be able to change lives.
Yeah.
To be able to walk somebody into their home.
Yeah.
With their key.
Yeah.
We've done that several times here at the Apostle House, just recently. I take pictures because it reminds me all the time that God is real.
Yeah.
And that he is the beacon, the light in their life.
Right.
And that we're just vessels.
Yeah.
Right. And so it touches me.
Even hearing you talk, I hear Jesus's words of love your neighbor like you love yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And that if I were lost, right? If I were that mom struggling to find a safe place for your kids,
Mm-hmm.
while generating some kind of income, while trying to find some kind of affordable housing, I would want somebody to come alongside me in that.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I didn't, like, I think about some of the people that we serve, and it's like they don't know how much help they need, right? and there's almost that resistance and that tension, that struggle, and you see the light bulb come on when people realize, like, no, we really do want to help you. There's no strings attached. Our hearts are fully invested in this. But there was a book that I was reading, and it talked about kind of that self-reflection piece. And I remember the first time I shot up, sitting on my bed in my room. I'd gotten in a fight with my mom, and it was one of those nights where I was like, I'll show you. And it was really, I'll show me. And when I had shot up, I had missed my vein the first time, and it hurt real bad. But I hit it the second time, and I laid back, and I was just praying, God, I don't want to wake up anymore. And it talked about just kind of like, what would you do now if you were with that you? And seeing what God has done in my life in the last 22 years, there would be compassion, there would be empathy, right? There would be accountability. I'd want to stop me. And so, you bring that into the work that you do, and it's like the guys here at the Apostle House, they've got disabilities that limit them from being able to run around to all the places that you have to run around to. And you've come alongside and done a lot of running for them. And, I think we've had, 16 men that have transitioned into permanent housing since we opened, and 6 of them veterans. You've built relationships with service providers. It's been incredible to watch how God has used you in this space. So when you think about Lydia House expansion, we're adding 60 more beds, 60 more families. What are the things that excite you the most about this opportunity? And what are some of the things that you're like, I imagine this is going to be a rub. We haven't done it yet.
I am excited about one, really being a spiritual guidance in people's lives, reminding them that the Lord does love them. I was teaching a class a few weeks ago, and one of the ladies was sharing with me, like, I don't think God hears me. And I'm like, what do you do with that? And all these things that are around them that says that God doesn't hear them. I have to be that voice of reason that says he does. And understand to look on the good things, right? To know that you're not outside, but you are inside. Maybe you're not in your own home. That will come. And so just keep reiterating the up. I continuously tell people, keep looking up to the hills, right? That's where your help is. Don't look at the negative part. That's what the enemy wants you to do. So that he can destroy you. Because if he can get you and hold you, he can hold you down and you'll be bound. And it's just, sometimes it's a little bit of a struggle, but I don't give up on giving them who Christ is, because he didn't give up on me.
That's right.
He could have let me go a long time ago, but time and time again, he has shown me that he's been there. And I tell people all the time, didn't he bring you out before? Keep that in remembrance. You know what I mean? Didn't he show up before? Keep that in your memory bank. Keep something positive in there, like Philippians, right? 4, and I think it's 6. Think on good things, or 4 and 8. Think on good things, whatever is pure and lovely, things that are praiseworthy. Think on those things.
And even, the scriptures, and you see this with, the crossing of the Red Sea, the crossing of the Jordan, the Passover. There are these historical moments of deliverance that the people were told, commemorate this, remember this, right? Grab stones from the middle of the Jordan and set up a memorial. And when your kids ask you, what are these things? You tell them about how God delivered you, right? The Passover, and you see Jesus, enter into that meal, that commemorative meal, where it was not about being delivered from bondage to a foreign power, but being delivered from the bondage to the power of sin. And that every time we take communion is that act of remembering, and that he has done it before, he will do it again. I've been memorizing this passage in John, and it's the section where Jesus describes himself as the gate. He's the gate of the sheep, and he's the door that if anyone enters through him, they'll be saved. They'll go in and out and find pasture. And he says, I'm the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays his life down for his sheep. And in those moments, because there are times where God feels far, and I hear that in the conversations that I have with people and have had over the last 20 years, where it's, where's God in this? Like, I've asked him for help, but he hasn't shown up. And the Psalms of Lament, it's like they speak for us in these moments where the psalm writers say, how long, O Lord? Where are you when I need you? And yet the comfort in knowing Jesus also says, my sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me, and I give eternal life to them, and they will never perish, and no one will snatch them out of my hand. Right? Or all that the Father gives me, Jesus says, will come to me, and I will certainly not cast out the one who comes to me. And being able to bring that hope. I mean, I see you do that. What's one of the challenges you think you're gonna encounter with more than doubling our capacity?
The challenges, I think, with just any of it, whether you're the Samaritan house or the Apostle house, there's always going to be one that is going to go against the grain.
Yeah.
They're going to fight you. They're going to be bucking the system. I think about the one that was here in our last graduation when I had to speak. And it was the day before graduation. The Lord was giving me words so quickly that I had to go and write it down. But it was the words that he was saying me, there's going to be hard ones. There's going to be ones that are going to be challenging.
Yeah.
There are going to be ones that don't want this.
Yeah.
But I'm going to show them at the end. And I told that person just recently, he got his apartment. I said, in spite of who you are and what you've said, God still blessed you.
Yeah.
Even though you said it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah.
I ain't, in his words, I ain't going to get this. I ain't going to have that. And just, and of course, that's not the time to say isn't, or, all that, correct your English, but it's, but I'm saying it like he would say it.
Yeah.
This isn't going to happen. Nothing's ever going to happen for me. I'm never going to get this. I'm never going to get that. And here I am. It's coming. Just hold on. I know you can't see it now.
Yeah.
We sing the songs. We pray the prayer. We speak the words. Now we have to believe.
Yep.
And then you get your place.
Yeah.
And you get your keys.
Yep.
And you get your Social Security.
Yep. And we were even talking earlier about, it feels like we're moving mountains.
Yeah.
And Jesus, we've got this little bottle of mustard seeds, and how Jesus says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, be taken up and cast in the sea, and it will. And, is he saying, let's go rearrange the geography of the world? No. He's saying what seems impossible to you is possible to God, and all you have to do is believe him.
Yeah.
We just have faith.
And I feel like once upon a time, I was exactly where people are, not believing, not seeing, not understanding.
Yeah.
But as life goes on and you become more and more mature in Christ.
Yeah.
Right. And you get closer to him. You begin to have a better relationship. You begin to look with your spiritual eyes at things that he's doing right before your very eyes.
Yep.
If he heals you, or you just don't be like, oh, I did this. No, you didn't, because even to go to the right doctor, the Lord had to guide you.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I think that is going to be the most challenging, is really getting some people to really believe. But for right now, I'm working my faith for you. Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm gonna add my faith to your faith. Okay. And let's see what we can do. And then it's not like a moment after when God shows up and shows out to say, I told you.
Yeah.
Here I am. Look at God.
Yep. Amen.
I sing the songs. I do the praise. I praise him. I read his word. I study him. I thank him. I give thanks while I'm asking.
Yeah.
Even for the people, sometimes it's you're leaving yourself off of the table.
Yeah.
To ask for the Lord to help those that you're serving.
Yeah.
And I just never get tired of serving them.
Amen. Well, and I know that and believe that, because today is a special day for you too.
Yeah.
It is your anniversary, your 2-year anniversary, and here you are out in front of the Apostle House, loving and serving your community together, because this matters. You two matter. This milestone for you guys, it matters, and I think what a beautiful picture of the love of Christ, that you would take time on this really special day to convey to those who are watching and to everybody who's here how special they are too.
They're very special.
Yeah. Well, let me pray with you guys. Father, we thank you for your grace and for your love. We thank you for your kindness and your persistence, your perseverance with us in our wanderings, and also the stories of redemption that you give us, that we might bring hope to those who are around us. And so, God, I just pray for the Lydia House expansion, that as it is constructed, that you would be at work preparing the hearts of those who would stay with us. God, I thank you for everything that you're doing at Apostle House. And we just pray that you'd continue to be glorified by the work that's happening here at the mission. We love you, Jesus. It's in your name we pray. Amen. Amen. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm here with Nelson. Nelson is new to the mission, new to the New Life program. So, Nelson, tell us a little bit about your life. What brought you to the Long Beach Rescue Mission? How'd you get here?
What brings me to the Long Beach Rescue Mission really is my need to straighten up my life. I hit kind of a point in my life where I needed God to be that foundation.
Yeah.
And I need to get my life right before I end up dead.
Yeah.
Or worse. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
really why I'm here.
Yeah.
The Long Beach Rescue Mission is a special place that I appreciate. It's really a privilege to even be in front of the camera speaking with you.
Yeah.
And to have that opportunity
Yeah.
to get my life right and have God be that rock and foundation.
That's right. Are you from the Long Beach area originally? Or?
Actually, no, I moved here from the state of Florida.
Oh.
When I was 20.
Okay.
So now I'm 32 years old.
Okay.
So I was living in Northern California.
Yeah.
Before this, working at Tesla, and it just wasn't really making me happy.
Yeah.
So it's a lot about being happy in life, and
yeah. Or even finding joy, you know. And I think joy transcends circumstance. And you know, it's hard when you read James's letter, and he says, "Consider it all joy when you encounter various trials, knowing that the testing of your faith produces endurance. And when endurance has had its perfect result, you'll be mature and complete, lacking in nothing." And, you know, I think there's a pursuit of happiness, right? What does that actually mean? What does it look like? And then the experience of joy that comes from having God as our foundation, the one that we're building our lives on. As Jesus said, whoever hears these words of mine and acts on them can be compared to a wise man who built his house upon a rock. The winds came, storms blew, floods, but the house stood because it had been founded on the rock. And it's just, I'm always so thankful, especially so you've been here how many months?
Not that many recently, about 2 or 3 months.
Yeah. You know, to see hope restored, to see kind of that process after adjusting, you really do get to appreciate everything that God's provided through our donors, through our volunteers, and through our staff to make this place what it is. What's one thing that you've learned during your time in the program that's been super helpful to you?
One thing that I have learned in the program that's very helpful is to really, it's something simple, but it's structure I lacked in my daily life. It's making a bed.
Okay.
And it's silly, but it's not cutting any corners, you know. It's finding that right angle, and waking up and taking that time to just do something the right way.
Yeah.
To do the right thing for the right reason, the right way. I think that's something that I really appreciate, and it's very simple.
Yeah. And I don't know if everybody knows, but part of being here, you have to make your bed in the morning. And so we make our bed like we're in the military. We are not the military, and we're not drilling people down, but we do make our beds with hospital corners. And I love what you said. You know, it's about doing things right, picking the right angle, right, and not cutting corners. I like that too, because you are kind of cutting corners. But it's just it is. There's something about, at least I got one thing right today. You know, I come back, doesn't matter how my day went, at least I got my bed right, you know. And, you know, I have a lot of respect for the men and women that come through these programs, because it's not easy. It's not easy to get up at 5:30 every day. It's not easy to go from unstructured to structured, to have expectations that you're going to be in class on time, or you're going to do your work therapy assignment, and people to hold your feet to the fire if those things aren't happening. But it seems like you have some joy in your life right now, which is really encouraging.
It's very, very much appreciated that, you know, part of the work therapy can be giving back to the Long Beach community, you know, when they maybe need a meal, just like I do, you know. It's very humbling, and it does bring joy to help somebody with their bags, or help somebody get a plate of food. It's very much appreciated. It's a privilege. It really, really, really is.
Kind of that developing, a heart for service. And as you're being served, you're serving other people. And we've had purpose has come up a lot during these conversations of, how we are meant to be, to do, there's a purpose for our lives. And, seeing people who are in our New Life program serving the community and really making what we do possible is just, it's really beautiful. So, well, Nelson, can I pray with you, for you? And
Yes.
thanks so much for taking some time to be out here with us and share your experience. Let me pray. God, we give you glory and honor and praise. We thank you for your faithfulness, for your love for us. Thank you for Nelson, for bringing him here to the mission. And God, I pray that he would experience fullness of joy in knowing you. And God, I thank you that we have the great privilege of spending time with him and being a part of the story that you're writing in his life. And we don't want to take that for granted either, God. So just be a good steward of the time, the resources, the space, that we would be able to lovingly serve him in the days, weeks, and months to come. So bless him, bless the mission. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Awesome, brother. Thank you.
Stay there, Jeff, and answer a question.
Yeah. All right. Well, I am here now with Bill Jones, the vice chair of our board of directors, and Jerry Sheeby, one of our newest board members, who's also on the foundation board for the mission. They're so gracious in hanging out with me this late at night as I'm starting to get a little bit delirious, but hopefully they'll keep me on track. And I'm just so thankful to get to serve with you guys in this season. Maybe you guys can tell those who are with us, what drew you to Long Beach Rescue Mission? How did God cultivate your heart for this? And kind of that, why are you here? Why do you do what you do?
I was just telling Jerry my story, how my son was best friends in high school with the chair of the board's son.
Yeah.
And she knew I was in finance and was like, oh, we could use you at the board. And for a couple of years, she was like, give me an invitation. You should come down and check it out. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm a little busy with things.
Yeah.
I'll follow up. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll come down sometime. And she consistently would ask. We'd see each other all the time, obviously. And she'd just say, hey, you know about the board? Oh, yeah, I'll think about it. And then one day, I was minding my own business.
Mm.
I was told to call her. I just was, call Kristen.
Yeah.
So I called her, and she was like, hey, what's up? I was like, I think you got me.
Wow. Yeah.
So ever since then, I came down, and I went to graduation. And that was transformative, just to see the incredible transformation, the journey that everyone goes through.
Yeah.
And I think I mentioned it before, if the least I can do is show up and ask you what we can do for you and help just with this incredible effort. That's the extreme least I can do. So I'm very thankful that.
And you've been on the board now for quite some time. Is it 8 years? Somewhere
like
around there.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Seems like just yesterday.
Yes, we've been moving pretty quick. But just so faithful. And, you think of the administrative side of things, the governance side of things, the vision side of things. There's a lot that goes into leading an organization of this size with this great impact, and just been faithful. And it's been fun to be on the journey with you, having served on the board with you for a period of time, and then being under your leadership and serving in this capacity has just been, it's been really great. So
it's something. We're here, we're keeping on going, man. I'm just trying to follow your wake.
Well, so Jerry, tell us a little bit. I know you're most recent to the board of directors, but not the most recent conversation, because we chatted, gosh, I feel like a couple years ago, right when we were in kind of that building momentum season, and then we went dark, and then called you back, and it was like, it's the time. It's the time. And it's just been a joy, even in this short period of time, to be able to work with you and just meeting new people, and appreciate seeing your heart in the way that you're involved, and you've been present. So tell us about what got your heart stirred for this. And
well, so originally I had been going to a group called Band of Brothers.
Yeah.
And one of the guys in there was from my church. I'd known him for quite some time, Ted Matt.
Yeah.
Who was also on the board. And I knew he was on the board, but one day he approached me and he said, hey, with your experience and what you do for a living, we really need people on the foundation board.
Yeah.
And so owning a financial planning business for 38 years now, I'm kind of in my later years of the practice.
Yeah.
And my succession plan is my son. And I have more time now.
Yeah.
And it was time for me to give back, So I actually serve on the board of directors of a tax organization.
Yeah.
And my heart had always been for the mission. But my idea of what the mission was isn't anything like it is today, Jeff. So, and
that's awesome.
Most of that I attribute to your leadership. So, so we went out to lunch probably a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And I was so impressed with who you are and your heart for this organization and for our city and for the homeless. And your story about where you have come from.
Yeah.
But I have always been somebody who loves to come alongside people of your caliber, excellent people that do things to the highest degree for God's glory. And you take none of that on your own.
Right.
Okay. And that impressed me from the very first day we had lunch together.
Wow.
And then, going through the interviewing process, the vetting process of that, and then coming down here for it took me on a tour of the mission. And I thought, this is not the place I knew it was 20 years ago at all. And I just saw so much hope and just the men and women who come here and they're just loved on.
Yeah.
And they're just accepted for who they are.
Yeah.
And you don't compromise on the word of God.
That's right.
And you really, really impressed me. And the facility and what we've done here, being on the board now for a while, and your vision for the future of this organization wanted me to get involved more and more. So,
praise God.
So whether it's, giving of my time, giving of my finances that God has blessed me with, has just been on my heart to just keep this going. Because there's people out there that really, really don't understand the hope and the future that they can have.
Right.
They just need a little guidance, and God's hand is upon them.
Yeah. So we've got Timothy House coming up, and I know, Jerry, you've had a heart for young men, have done a lot of mentoring. Tell us about maybe a little bit of your background and some of the things you've done to help support young men in those early phases of life, and what your hope is for what Timothy House could be.
So early on, I've been married for 42 years now, and I have 3 sons of my own, and through the years, they have befriended or came, in acquaintance with people that probably didn't have the kind of home life that they did.
Yeah.
And so I think we're up to about 18 or 19 young men that have we've taken in and have they for whatever reason of their home life, a series of or a period of time when they just needed to be loved on and cared for, and really understand what the role of a man and a father could be.
Yeah.
Because they didn't experience that at home. So I know this one young man, I mean, probably four or five of them that call me their dad, or their West Coast dad if they were from the East Coast. So, so these young men would come into our life for different reasons, and we just tried to show them, that there's a better way, that there's some hope and some direction.
Yeah.
So I have mentored several of those young men, starting businesses, being able to, get married, have families, and, really be productive people in our society when all they were told their whole life is they weren't worth anything,
Yeah.
So, it's been a journey, and my heart goes out to the kids that age out of our foster system.
Yeah.
So the Timothy House is very special to me. I think that's going to be a huge deal there, and so that's kind of how I got involved with young men, and as I have more gray hair than I have more hair.
You have more hair than me. Period. Yeah. Yeah.
But at my age, I think it's important to give back, and to the younger generation, and to teach them that, some of the old ways are probably pretty good,
They're all right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's far, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No, and I think, being able to catch them before they get too far into the darkness. And it's like, you've got this window of opportunity to speak life, speak truth, but then model things that they haven't seen right? With the expectation, the confident expectation that the gospel can invade their hearts, bring healing, and then release them to be the men of God that they were created to be. I'm excited for it too. Bill, you've been with the mission since the inception of the Lydia House expansion. We had this 3-bedroom property that was bridge housing. I remember I was on staff first go around. I think it was 2016. We had developed the floor plan, construction documents. Like, we were very, very close, and then we pumped the brakes, and I was part of pumping the brakes too. And then we get back, and it's like the organization had evolved. The vision had evolved, and now there's like 2 stories of building over there right now, and like a 3rd story of concrete elevator shafts sticking up out of the air. It's crazy to watch. What does that mean for you? Just, we talk about life and the fragrance that we leave behind, whether it's in the lives of the young men or the creation, not just of a building, because it really isn't about the building. It's what's going to take place inside of the building. And as people are thinking about their investment and involvement, and you've invested a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of, you've invested a lot through different seasons. What has this been like for you, and what are your hopes for it?
I think it goes back to a discussion we had once before about taking our hands off things when we have our hands in it too much. And we don't realize it because we were trying to make it happen.
Right.
And then we have to get to the point where we understand that none of this is us. This is not anything that we can do.
Right.
And then that faithfulness has to take over all of it. Like you mentioned, the process for the planning, and then getting everyone in there and meeting all these meetings, and then just stopping everything.
Yeah.
And then we had to wait for the season to come to us, and we had to be patient, and we had to do what we had to do to just maintain the faith and keep things going, so that when it was time, it was time.
Yeah.
And we just had to be cognizant of our role in the process.
Yeah.
And just from the whole board, I think as a body, we've come together, different components, different skill sets, different things that we can offer, that we can just serve the entire community.
Yep.
Women, men, different ages, different backgrounds, but as a body, we come together, and everything's possible.
Yeah.
And I know that the idea and the plans we had before, I was just thinking about the original plan.
Yeah.
It was kind of small. Now it's like, not that to diminish it, but just compared to what it's going to be,
it's going to be a big building.
Yeah. Had we pushed and gotten through, we would have been like patting each other on the back. Yeah, great job and everything. But when we take our hands off it and allow God to kind of formulate these things that happen, and all the things that every time you call us, hey, well, these people donate these funds, and then these funds have come from here.
Yeah.
Things that no one thought.
Right.
That we just had to take our hands off of it, just be faithful, and just allow these things to happen. So, and we're thankful for you for providing that guidance and constant reassurance that we need to be present, but we need to just let it happen and be vessels for God.
Yeah. Well, it's been a joy to serve with both of you, and I know that God is at work in this place. There's no question in my heart, and He's raised up leaders for this season and for the last 8-year season and everything that we've gone through, and for what's ahead of us. It's exciting to think about this time next year. 72 of the most vulnerable people in our community won't have to sleep on the street, and we got to be a part of that. It's a big deal. And so let me pray for us as an organization. Jesus, we give you all praise, glory, and honor. It belongs to you and you alone. Your word is truth, in it is life, and you are our hope. Jesus, unless you build the house, they labor in vain who build it. We thank you that we've been able to watch you build so much. God, I pray that you'd help us get out of the way. Help us know when to press, when to wait. God, give us wisdom. I trust, Jesus, that you will provide everything we need to do what you're calling us to do. You've shown yourself faithful over and over. And God, we need these beds. We need partners to continue this great work, to keep the engine running. We need the fruit of everything we're doing to bring glory to you. I guess that's the biggest need. And so, God, thank you for Jerry, for Bill, for their time here, but for their service to the mission, for their hearts for you, for the kingdom. I pray that you would bless them and that you would bless us. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Would you allow me to pray
Thank
for
you.
you, brother?
Yeah, absolutely.
Lord, we also come before you. And, it is now 11:05. He's almost halfway through his journey on this bench. A lot of conversations will take place on this bench. I just pray that he would have the stamina, Lord, to be sharp of mind and be awake and just being able to endure this season, Lord. So many people have come here and blessed him so far. The mayor being here, and just people from our city, and just people from the mission that he's been able to have a conversation with. So I lift him up to you and just ask that you just give him the strength, the courage, the power that comes from you, Lord, to press through till noon tomorrow, Lord. And I know that you will bless him through that. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen. Okay, no more closing eyes to pray. I was like, oh yeah, that's not Yeah, you gotta hold it kind of like that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I'm here with Marcus West. Marcus is a graduate of our one-year program. I met Marcus back in 2020. It was the first time we interacted. I was pastoring over at Bethany. We had set up a canned food drive for the mission. It was kind of a drive-through midst of the pandemic, and he was in the program at that point. I think he had just started the program.
Yes.
And was just there helping wholeheartedly. And so tell us a little bit about your life, your story, what brought you to the mission. Then we can talk about, what God's been doing since then.
Okay. First of all, thank you for doing the interview.
Yeah.
I came here. I was.
You're going to want to hold that a little closer. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I came here because, I was on drugs real bad. My family kind of was tired of everything that I was doing, the lifestyle I was living. So everybody kind of shut the door. So it's my first time experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
God brought me here because I didn't know nothing about the Long Beach Rescue Mission. I just wanted to get out of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Because I knew if I went to a shelter in Los Angeles that, it was easier for me to like kind of relapse or be around the same people.
Right.
So I want to go somewhere where I can be away.
Yeah.
And I found the Long Beach Rescue Mission, thank God. And it was around COVID time. I was at my lowest. I was bad. I experienced sleeping outside for like 3 days. That's when I was like, okay, I can't do this because I actually experienced sleeping outside, like literally, like nowhere to go because everybody was tired of my crap. So the rescue mission let me in. I didn't have a relationship with God at the moment. When I got here, that's when I started my journey with God. He started changing me. I started reading the Bible, and I liked it. Like, whoa, like it's teaching me things that I'm going through.
Right.
And I got addicted to it.
Yeah.
He just drew me in.
I think of the scene with the disciples and Jesus' teaching, and some of his teachings they're hard. And people didn't understand at the time what he was getting at, that he was going to give his body as a sacrifice, that it would be, bread from heaven for us, or that his blood would be shed. And so some of the disciples left, and he turns to the 12 and he says to them, "You're not going to leave too, are you?" And Peter responds and he says, "To where shall we go, Lord?
Mm-hmm.
You have the words of life." There's this like when we start to read his word and his spirit is speaking to us through it, it's sweet like honey. We can't walk away from it. We can't leave it alone. So it's just really encouraging to hear how your exposure to his truth started to cultivate a heart for his truth.
Yeah. So, but before that, a little bit about my background. My family, they really wasn't walking with the Lord like that. So that's why it took a while for me to have a relationship with God.
Yeah.
Till I got here. My family, they was like the alcoholic family, came from that background. Drugs. My dad was on drugs and stuff like that. So that's all I really saw.
Yeah.
So and I kind of followed it.
Yeah.
And that's doing that. It just kind of brought me downhill. But now, I don't partake in none of that stuff because the Lord put his hand on my life.
So it was not this like linear experience. You had some ups and some downs throughout that time. But I think of that idea of perseverance.
Yeah.
And watching you, being able to actually sit with you in some of those struggles, it was such a great privilege and honor to sit in that space with you. And to know that there was the freedom to be undone, to be messy, not have to have it all figured out, but still know that you're loved, that you're believed in. While you were here, you saw some of the edge come off, the anger that was in you.
Yes. When I first got here, oh my God. when I first got here, Jeff, I was angry. I basically was blaming everybody for my wrongdoings.
Yeah.
And almost got kicked out of here a couple times because all I wanted to do was fight and snap on people.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to take accountability. That's what it was, really. It's me I need to fix.
Yeah.
And so in the beginning, like I say, the first 5 months, it was hard. I was very angry, lashing out.
Yeah.
And
what was that light bulb moment?
When I stopped, like, okay, I said about 5 months in, man, just keep on reading the Bible, kept with it. Like, even when we would, how we have the chapel and our classes here, I would do it by myself. Like, I would spend time, reading the Bible alone, like just venture off and read the Bible by myself.
Yeah.
And that's when it started happening. And I could tell you I remember the when I broke down one time, we was inside the chapel because we have the pray out at 7:30 at night before we go to the store. And some guys in there was kind of not taking it serious, playing with God, I felt. And I got kind of angry. I ain't gonna lie, I got angry. And I was about to actually fight a guy.
Yeah.
And Jason came down, which is a staff here. Mr. King, he came down and he told me, Marcus, what is wrong with you? Like, you're better than that.
Yeah.
And he kind of just lifted me up and I cried. I like broke down. Like, me and him cried together. We hugged, we prayed.
Yeah.
And that's when it changed.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's when that moment, something changed. Like it just changed. And I wasn't the same.
Yeah.
I wasn't angry like that no more. I wasn't lashing. I wasn't arguing with people.
Yeah.
It was just different.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
love it.
It was a light bulb moment. It's like I had to get that pain out. When I cried to him, it was like tears of pain that I needed to get out.
Yeah.
And I'm serious. Once that happened, everything has changed. It got smoother.
And I think we feel this pressure, and maybe this is more a cultural thing, that as men, we're not supposed to show weakness. We're not supposed to break down. We're supposed to be this. And how the gospel is counterintuitive, that our strength is made perfect in weakness. And Paul says, I'd rather boast in my weaknesses that the power of Christ may be manifest in me.
Absolutely.
And it's like, I hear a story of a man breaking down and I think that's who God wants us to be. David, he sins with Bathsheba and he writes this psalm of confession. And he talks about, if it were about sacrifice, I'd kill whatever I needed to kill. But that's not the sacrifice that you're looking for, God. The sacrifice that you're looking for is a broken and contrite heart. That's what he doesn't despise. And, getting to that place where we're at the end of ourselves, where it's like, there's something incredibly broken that's causing me to act in the ways that I'm acting. And I can't keep doing this anymore. I can't keep doing it. Now, I had the privilege of kind of watching as a board member the work that God was doing in your life, but then also kind of getting to be your pastor and watch as you assimilated into the life of the church and, how our body came around you. Maybe you can talk about spiritual community and what that's meant to your growth and development and your walk with Christ.
You like meaning like
relationships,
okay,
and people.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So just real quick, when I left here, I did like relapse one time.
Yeah.
And that's when I cried out to God, literally, high on drugs, out of my mind, cried literally, boo-hooing. And I just said, I'm done, Lord, please help me. And he did. He just started putting different people in my life. So I just started off with like a mentor, and I used to always call you just so you can observe me and make sure I was good. And then I start Bethany started giving me opportunities at the church. So far as like serving at church. So, and I also do the prayer chapel now. I do a devotion every second Sunday. I do the offering. I greet. I go to the deacon, which is Alan. I go to his Bible study every Wednesday. I go to CR still on Fridays. So all that's important, Jeff. Like that's what, and then not include the other people in my life, which is spiritual, that's walking with the Lord, that been in my life, even unseen and seen. That changed my life. And I don't even deserve it. God put favor on me for some reason. I don't know why. I diss God so much. I disobeyed him so much. And he still put his arms around me when I surrendered. It was serious. He took away my addictions. I've been sober about 2.5 years. Nothing. I don't do anything. So it's very important to have people around you to support you that's in the body of Christ. So the church been supporting me. You've been supporting me. The mission been supporting me. My mentor, I'm being discipled. I'm volunteering at the church, like I told you. CR, the gym, all that stuff plays a part.
And I am so, like, Bethany was the place that God provided spiritual community, accountability, and comfort to me in my time of addiction. You know, it was that college ministry. It was people discipling me. It was people believing in me when I couldn't really see what my future was going to look like. And to know that this same church that brought me such hope is a place that is bringing you hope, and a place where you're being of service, just really means a lot to me. So, and speaking of service, so, you know, I think for the graduates of our program that have continued success once they transition outside of the mission, it's those that stay connected, stay involved. Kind of, you know, we were talking earlier about memorial stones and like not forgetting where we've been. I see you here, I feel like, all the time. But tell us a little bit about what you do when you're volunteering here and why it is that you stay connected.
First of all, stay connected because when God did bless me and give me a place through this place, I was like, okay, I got my place now, and I tried to walk away from this place. I came back probably like once or twice, but once I didn't stay connected, it went downhill, and that's how I relapsed. It was like a sign from God, like you must have forgot, like where it all started at, and you walking away like you got it all figured out. So it brought me back, and so now, you know, I move off the spirit now. So God demands me to be here. To when I have extra time, I come to the Long Beach Rescue Mission. Sometimes I sit in the classes. Sometimes I sit in devotion. Just depends, but mainly I come volunteer.
Sometimes you sit on a bench.
Sometimes I sit on the bench.
11 o'clock at night.
11 o'clock with Jeff. But I had to come sit on this bench and sit with Jeff because first time I saw you, I don't know if you remember, but I never saw you. I heard about you. You was going through the same struggle that I was going through, and I couldn't wait to meet you. It was the COVID, so that's why the church wasn't open. But when I finally got to see you, I walked up to you. I don't know if you remember, but I said, "Hey, man, you give me hope because you went through the same experience that I was going through. Your story like inspired me to keep that. Like you can do it. Like you're not a failure. Like you just made a mistake, and you can get up from that. So
I'll never forget it.
I remember me telling you that, but Jeff, when I come here, man, I volunteer in the kitchen. I love volunteering here. I love giving back here. I either help prep, but you know what I like to do? For some reason, the Lord want me to do the dish pit. It want me to go where I started because when you first into the program, and you know how you get work therapy.
Yep.
If you work in the kitchen, the lowest is at the dish pit.
Yep.
So the Lord was like, I want you to go to the lowest.
Yeah.
And I just obeyed. I
Yeah.
don't know why he told me to do it, but I just obeyed, and I enjoy doing it. I love doing it though.
Yeah.
And I just love coming here to volunteer and come encourage the guys if I can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm here for them if I can say anything.
Yeah.
And I try to lead by example when I come up here.
Yeah.
I try to stay sober and not be out there doing them crazy, then walking up in here with that spirit.
Yeah.
So, you know,
That's good, man.
that's what I try to do.
Yeah. Well, we're proud of you, brother, and we love
Appreciate it.
you. Yeah.
Love you too.
Yeah. It's just a joy. So let me pray. God, I thank you for Marcus. I thank you for his life, for his story. God, I thank you for making him a part of mine. And God, it's been a joy in all the different seasons to watch how you're growing him and who you're growing him into. Thank you for his service to the mission and just his willingness, his surrender to give back to a place where he is received. Thank you for his place at Bethany. I'm thankful that the church, not a building, but a people, can see the intrinsic value in every person and can create a place for us, people like me, people like Marcus, to call home. People who come with all of our baggage and all of our past, but who are redeemed in Christ and adopted into his family by faith. And so God, I pray that you would protect him from the evil one. I pray that you would guard his heart and mind in Christ. Pray that you would continue this good work that you've begun in him until the day that you either return or receive him into glory. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yes. Yeah, there. Oh man, it's 2 o'clock here. What time is it there? Okay, so it's yeah, we're getting close. I'm gonna mute my laptop and my tech people are gonna start us here in a minute. We're live. All right. Hey, how's it going?
Where are you? Oh, there we go.
All right. Well, it's good to see you. And yes, you did. You did catch me yawning a little bit. It's 2 a.m. We're halfway.
That's awesome.
So
That's awesome.
that is awesome.
How's it been going for you?
It's been going good, but I admit that fatigue is setting in a little bit. So if I slur my words or something, I have not been drinking. I'm just tired.
Yeah. I feel bad for the fire chief who's coming by at 9 a.m. in the morning. I'm like, gosh, I'm going to be loopy by the time he gets here.
For sure. So been having a lot of good conversations. Believe it or not, well, I guess it makes sense. One of our recurring themes is really the economic and the cost of housing and inflation.
Yeah.
And been having a little discussion with people on, the monthly rent of 1-bedroom apartments in Detroit versus Dallas versus Houston
versus LA.
versus LA.
Yeah.
And everybody's saying it's too much.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about housing. We had the mayor come in, and Housing First has been something driven by the state for a really long time. And we talked about housing's important. It's a part of the conversation, but it's not the whole conversation. And so we spent some time looking at what are some of those other factors that we need to take into consideration, and homeless prevention was one of those. How do we keep people who are housed? And then also, how do we go upstream, realizing that homelessness is predictable in the sense that the common denominator is childhood trauma. And so how are we turning the faucet off by getting into homes, parenting classes, financial literacy, kind of breaking the cycle of kids raising kids? And there's just not a quick way to do something like that. So
kind of that the phrase we've been using is poverty of relationships, a community.
Yeah, it's a great way.
And and if you don't break that, you still got a problem. I was telling a lot of people, and they said, well, how is homelessness working out in Dallas? And I was telling them, well, I think we do a pretty good job. And if we could kind of say 1, 2, 3, freeze, and everybody stay where you are in the country, we could potentially do okay, based on economic conditions just in Texas. But the point is, you take care of the one person you have, and 2 more show up. So it's
that's definitely a part of it for us is the weather, the location. We were also talking about the concentration of resources, kind of the if you build it they will come. That's a bad way of saying it, but it makes sense. One of the viewers had reached out and said, hey, why is why is Long Beach experiencing such high numbers of homelessness, and Palos Verdes Estates isn't seeing that? Well, Palos Verdes Estates is a very affluent neighborhood where there are no resources for people experiencing homelessness, and Long Beach is what they call a unified funding agency. It's a designation from HUD that is pretty special. It means that the city itself gets to decide who gets federal funding, who doesn't. And even though we're a non-government funded agency, we're part of that continuum of care that people experiencing homelessness can access when they're here in our city. And it's a developed network. If you want to get help here in the city of Long Beach, there's a lot of resources to get you back on your feet. But there's a lot of free resources and things without accountability that make it really complicated.
Right. Yeah. If you build it, they will come. If you have the resources, they will come. Because I know even during the pandemic in Texas, we had, the farthest I heard that someone was coming from was Cuba.
Yeah.
So, it's a good network. Just because you're experiencing homelessness doesn't mean that you're not intelligent, and people read and they know where they can get the resources.
Yeah, for sure. What's the weather like where you're at right now?
It was 72 degrees. It might be about 70 now.
Okay. Yeah, that's not that bad.
So this is nice for 2 a.m.
Yep.
At 2 p.m. it felt like 90 degrees. So that's so nice.
Yeah, for sure. So tell me a little bit, if you don't mind, just about UGM and what you guys are doing, kind of programs you're offering. And
UGM Dallas, we've been around since 1949. We have Christ-centered life transformation program for our men, women, and children. For our Women and Children Center, we have a 40,000 square foot facility where we minister to about 120 women at a time. Sometimes we get up to about 150. Basic, food, shelter, clothing, discipleship classes, assessments, helping people with anything from job skills to getting their ID, to getting counseling. We have licensed daycare center. We have on-site clinic, and we shuttle kids back and forth to the local schools in the community. So we just love on them and try to help them get the skills to get in and get out on their own. And in a lot of cases with the ladies that'll have 1, 2, or 3 kids, they'll end up getting some kind of voucher. A lot of them are working, but kind of based on those economics we talked about before. If you're a single lady with a couple of kids, even if you're making 40, 50, maybe $60,000 a year, that's still not a guarantee that you're going to be able to find an apartment, take care of everything, daycare, etc. So they generally end up getting some kind of help.
Yeah.
And then counterpart for the guys, any given day, we're ministering to about 350 guys with similar items, minus the daycare center and the child care pieces. And then we own 2 apartment complexes, a 44 unit and a 34 unit that people can transition into or into other apartments. So really cool. We're trying to love on people and collaborate with others in the community to get them those job skills, to get those jobs, to get the counseling, et cetera, that they need.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, a lot of that mirrors the work that we're doing here in Long Beach. We are in a season of rapid growth in terms of expanding our capacity. We just opened a new 15-bed shelter for men with disabilities. That was born out of just a real ministry need. Our men's facility that's 150 beds was built in the late 80s, so it didn't have the ADA requirements. So every day we turn away men with disabilities because we couldn't get them up and down stairs. And about 37% of the people experiencing homelessness in Long Beach have a physical disability. So it was a real need, and the way that God provided it was just remarkable. And the speed at which it was developed. I mean, we broke ground on this place in September of 23. It was fully operational end of February 2024. It was at capacity in 2 weeks, and we've been full ever since. It's just been an incredible program. And then right now we have two shelters under construction, a 12-bed shelter for transitional age youth, men 18 to 24. And that's just, again, a growing population of people that we're seeing accessing services with us. Probably have about 10 young men in that age range right now at our current men's facility. So that should be operational in January, and then in late April. So right now, a 3-story, 60-bed shelter for women and children is being developed across the street. We got about 2 floors already framed up, and it's should be operational late April, early May of next year. And so it's the mission has been around since 1972. The founders, Wayne and Janet, God gave them a vision that started with a 40-bed shelter downtown and has grown to currently 215 beds and adding 72. So by this time next year, we'll have 72 more of the most vulnerable people in our community out in the street. It's going to be pretty amazing. So I praise God. It's just been a fun season. This is my 20th year with the mission in different leadership roles, and this is home. I love this place with all my heart. Love our staff, and so to see the renewal and the expanded growth is it fills my heart. So, how long have you been with UGM? And
well, I was a long-term volunteer. I was a volunteer, believe it or not, for 25 years before I became CEO.
Wow.
And I've been CEO for 8 years.
Awesome.
I literally started. I started in the kitchen, but really, I started in the pantry reorganizing the Kingas. and then worked through the kitchen, serving people, being an informal, I guess a mentor, really, counselor to the guys, became a chapel provider. And then at one point, the CEO at that time kind of tapped me on the shoulders because he realized that I had a background as a CPA and business, and asked me what I would consider serving on the board of directors. And I was actually board chair in 2017 when our CEO went home to be with the Lord. And one of his last recommendations was that I should succeed him.
wow.
So that's how I got there. Really never had a plan of doing it. And then at some point it was like I could see maybe doing it someday, but nothing I ever pursued or went after.
Yeah.
And I think find that happening a lot with different people where God kind of bends your heart towards the work, and you're just already kind of around the campfire when someone's needed.
Yeah. Yep.
How about you? How did you get started?
Yeah, so I came on staff as part-time chaplain in 2006. I didn't have any formal biblical training or anything, but I had a love for God, a love for His people, a love for His Word, and a story. I came out of a background of addiction. Spent 12 years of my life addicted to meth, and in 2003, got down on my knees and I asked Jesus to save me. And 22 years later, I'm not perfect, but I'm not who I used to be. And of course, the only account that I can give for that is that there's power in His name. And so, was very quickly brought on full time. and for 12 years served on staff from 2013 to 2018 was the program director. Over those 12 years, we developed our case management program, the curriculum for our 1-year discipleship life recovery program, and things were cruising. For lack of a better way of describing it, I was kind of the number 2 in the organization. Had caught up my education with where God had put me positionally. I did my undergrad in biblical and theological studies at Biola. And then one of the board members was like, hey, I could see you in executive leadership in the future. I think you should take some business classes, and handed me $1,000 cash. And I don't know if that was the best board practice, but it was cool and it was motivating. So I jumped into an MBA program, and everything was just kind of, looking to executive leadership here. And there was nothing broken. There was, it was just a very clear calling from God for me to shift over and be the lead pastor of my church. So that was 2018. And for the 4 years that I was away, I served on the board of directors because I love the mission. Like I didn't leave for any other reason than he called me, and wanted to just keep organizational knowledge available for decision making. Certainly had my hands full at the church for those 4 years. It was pretty unusual years, but in June of 21, this position became available. And at that time, there's probably about 60% of our staff are graduates of our 1-year program. So, and a lot of them came through when I was directing, and, they were very hopeful. Hey, are you coming back? And I said, I don't feel like God's released me from the church. I don't feel like I'm supposed to pursue this. I'm here to help in whatever way I can, but I'm not the guy. I'm not trying to be the guy. And so I started bouncing back and forth between the church and the mission, and was doing operations and program over at the mission. And we brought in an interim director in November of 21, and it was a disaster. I mean, it was a disaster. And probably spent 3 hours trying to coach the guy. I told him when we brought him on, I said, there's nothing broken. You don't have to come fix anything. Love the staff. They've been through so much with COVID. It was a wearying season, and then learn the ministry, because this isn't church. And they were a local pastor, and within 2 months it was time to move on. And it was at that point I started to sense God tugging me back. And there were a couple things that he put on my heart during that time, because it was the hardest thing I've ever done in ministry, was leaving my church. I'd been there 16 years in lay leadership, 4 as the lead pastor. I felt like I was betraying the church for even praying about whether or not this was his will. And so I had a dream. Not that God speaks to me in dreams all the time, but sometimes. And in this case, somebody asked me about the mission. And I said, when I'm at the mission, it's like breathing. It's just home. And, I'd be bouncing back and forth. And when I was here, I'd be walking the streets, and there would just be this incredible peace and clarity of vision. It's like I could see what needed to be done, and I knew how to do it. And, that prompting from the Spirit of, Jeff, there's nobody more qualified in the city of Long Beach to step into this role than you are. And I don't say it pridefully, like this is like that whole journey of, growing up in poverty and addiction and recovery, and my time on staff and education and executive leadership development over at the church. It's like, this is what I was made to do. And so fast forward, national search, 5 months later, was selected to be the CEO. And it's been cool because there was no real warming up period. Everybody knew who I was. I'd been on the board for four years. So it was just kind of hit the ground running and get to work. So I love this place.
That's neat. Yeah. I was on the board too and transferred over. So that does have its benefits. I didn't I wish my person wasn't in heaven, had still been there, and I could have picked their brain some.
Sure.
But at least I kind of, knew the lay of the land.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you probably saw this too. It's always a little different view from inside the organization versus the view from the boardroom. It's always a little different.
Yep. Yeah, that was one of the questions the board chair had asked. And, I've known Kristen for, 20 years. She served here at the mission and at the church, where I was at. But, she's like, how do you think the relationship with the board will change if you're selected as the CEO? And I said, well, my hope is we've developed a lot of trust over this last 4 years and really the last 20 years that we could just, we've made difficult decisions together. We keep making difficult decisions the way we have. Lots of communication, lots of trust. And, and it's been great. I think, the board knows my heart. They see that God's at work here at the mission in a really unique way. He's always been at work here, but it has felt very concentrated in this season. Like there's not a building we have that hasn't been taken apart and put back together, from the roofs to the door frames of the dorms. I mean, it is remarkable. And at times it feels pretty other. But, in the midst of all of that, there is this trust that I'm going to be a faithful steward of what God has entrusted to me, and they're going to be faithful stewards of their leadership role with the organization. So what's next? What's next for UGM? Is there a what's next? Deepen and strengthen, or expand and grow?
What we're actually expanding our Women and Children's Center. We're adding dorm rooms into it and some additional storage, and we're planning on adding a multi-purpose recreation building.
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, when we add the new dorm rooms, that's going to take away the big open space where our kids could run and play and do different things. So we're going to put a gym on the outside, and prayerfully, you can be prayer with us. We'll get the Dallas Mavericks to finish it out on the inside.
Hey.
So that's what we're looking for. Matter of fact, when I was in LA a couple of years ago, I saw that, in a lot of the major cities, the NBA teams will love to embrace projects like that. I mean, you're prepping a new level of fan base, right? Plus helping kids.
Yep.
So that's probably the biggest project we're doing. We're doing that, and constantly having to do upgrades and maintenance on our apartment complexes.
Yeah.
And that's why that issue dealing with affordable housing, I'm so passionate about that, because even as apartment owners, we understand the practicality of the fact that you want people to have good, safe, quality housing, and it costs money to maintain it.
Yeah.
If you and I were in some kind of partnership and we bought a building, we're still in America, capitalistic system, we would expect some return on our money.
Yep.
And then if we're in a situation where there's hyperinflation, we're going to need a bigger return on our money, because costs are going up even higher.
Yeah.
And by gosh, by the time we finish with that, the house is not affordable.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
So, I agree with you. We got to stop out. We got to stop that flow of new people entering homelessness, and we got to get a handle on our basic economic situation, so we don't have runaway inflation just outpricing everyone out of the market.
Yep. Yeah, it's complex. Homelessness is there's no silver bullet that's going to address every aspect of the situation that we're seeing. I mean, ultimately, the gospel is the redemptive solution to all of it. And then, layering that approach to account for the complexity that exists as we're.
Yeah, we can share the gospel and help people get into a relationship with Jesus, but they still need a place to live.
Yeah.
And he can provide that too, but it works better if we run our cities and states and nations better.
Yep. Yeah.
Amen. Well, God bless you, brother.
Yeah, you as well.
Appreciate the time together.
All right.
I look forward to seeing you at a Citygate Network convention or something, or if I just make it out to California.
Yeah.
I'll give you a call, and if you're around,
Same
try
way.
to come around and pay a visit.
Yep, that sounds great. All right, brother. You take care. God bless you.
All right. God bless.
those and have somewhere to point to. I point to the cross all the time, but a physical need is something that instead of handing them a stone, I'm handing them a piece of bread. And that bread's going to take them further. That life's going to take them further than they ever expected.
I totally agree. I think one of the great things about working together is we serve different kids who are in crisis. Yeah. Same Jesus.
Amen.
Right? You know, the scripture says, freely you receive, freely give. I recognize that my kids, that I myself was given a life that I did not deserve. And yet it was because of Christ that he provided that. And I think if we can look at those situations saying, hey, well, that foster kid or that kid who's down here in Lowell that, you know, doesn't know where his next meal is coming from, or that kid who has been sleeping in a car, and say, no, the power of God means absolutely we have to go change those lives. Like, that is the calling of God. When I see that, I think, like, it's no wonder why scripture tells us, like, that Jesus had that heart for the orphan, that God had that heart for the orphan, because you understand why. They're absolutely the most vulnerable. They're absolutely the most vulnerable. You know, when we talk about youth in crisis, we're really talking about 3 different areas. They're kids who are homeless, kids whose parents don't know where they're going to sleep that night, have had to endure sleeping in cars, sleeping in places that they never would have imagined. There's kids that are living in areas of concentrated poverty that don't know where their next meal is going to come from on a daily basis, who live in a state where there is danger surrounding them, where they don't have basic needs. And then there's these kids in the foster care system or transitional age youth who are exiting a system, exiting into a world where they now must fend for themselves as 18-year-olds. The reason that we wanted to tell these stories is because we know that when we look at these kids and they're walking down the street, when these homeless youth are walking from hotel to hotel or couch to couch, that these kids in concentrated poverty, when they show up to places like Martin Park, that they carry a different type of baggage. A baggage that's filled with abuse, a baggage that's filled with trauma, a baggage that's filled with need that they were never intended to carry. And yet we also see on a day in and day out basis that God is taking them beyond the bag. God intended them not to carry those bags of trauma, those bags of abuse, those bags of need. God intended them to carry hope, to carry restoration, to carry dreams. And that is what's happening in our community. While we do have these areas of deep need, while there's so many homeless youth, while we do have foster care kids that are leaving the system with no one in the world to take care of them, while we do have kids that have no place to go for safety and food in certain neighborhoods in our community, we also had a God who is powerfully moving, who deeply cares and who loves them. We have a God who is taking them beyond their back.
The main difference between the child homelessness and adult homelessness is that the adult has the ability to make choices legally, and they're able to make choices of, do they want this or do they not want this? While a child doesn't have that ability. One, their brain isn't formed, but also they are dependent on the county, they're dependent on their parents, and people are making decisions for them. Statistically, children that are homeless, they have a higher chance to become homeless when they get older, and then also form addictions that really destroys their lives.
I think one of the hardest parts about my job, or one of the hardest parts about my day is, sometimes I just get this anxiety about picking up my phone or checking my DMs on Facebook or Instagram, and knowing that people are reaching out to me because they know somebody, they know a family with young children who are sleeping in their car someplace, or some 19-year-old kid who doesn't have any place to go. And knowing that, like, I might not have the space or the ability to help them. And to think that those kids or that young person is sleeping in some place that would be unfathomable to think about my own kids sleeping in those same places.
A broken family looks like mom feels she can't control her kids. Dad feels they don't have the support. Children feel that they don't have a parent. They're searching for some type of love. Families, all in all together, a broken family, are living in a time of despair, and they're terrified. They don't know what's going to happen.
Trauma can be something that happened, a one instant that it happened, but most of the time trauma is ongoing. Trauma creates core beliefs that are different from what God intended for us to believe about ourselves. So if you have a child who their parents, out of no fault of their own, are in circumstances that the child gets harmed, many times the parents also are traumatized from their childhood. They were abandoned. Maybe their families, were addicted to drugs, or maybe the families were molested or they were raped. That causes trauma. Therefore, that trauma gets transferred to the child because they don't have the ability to parent correctly.
The generational cycle that we see can trickle down from, someone's upbringing, someone's culture they grew up in. We see some domestic violence going in there, sharing how these little kids are going to have that effect because they're soaking everything up as sponges based on either culture or the way they grew up or the way they seen their parents in that domestic violence is carried on to where they're at in their relationship. And so we try to talk to them about that, the effects it's going to have on their kids, right? More than likely that generational cycle is going to continue.
If you saw a bunch of 9-year-olds on the street smoking a meth pipe, I think we as a society would be totally outraged. And yet for that kid who has ongoing uncertainty about where they're going to sleep or where they're going to eat that day, that toxic stress chemically does something to the brain very similar to what drugs does to the brain, and that it stops neurological development. It changes neural pathways that can impact the kid for the rest of their life.
We hear this saying about don't take your baggage with you. Many of us don't really think about what's in that baggage. The youth that come to us have a pretty heavy baggage.
Did you guys see that kid who just came through? About a year ago, my daughter and I picked that family up off the street. This is him. That's just after we picked him up. It's like this is them sleeping in the warming center. I just went and talked to him yesterday. I said, which one of you guys is on honor roll? Because I heard him, he was on honor. I said, so that's me. He's like, hey, congratulations. He says, I'm going to do it again. But he's on honor roll. He's got a citizenship award. It's pretty cool. And that's where it started from. And literally coming out of something like this, sleeping on a mat, right, in a warming center. And now his family's doing awesome here.
It's a young life that needs to be filled with positivity. We don't wait for the kid to become homeless. Let's capture them straight out the spigot so we can give them the tools and resources that we know that they need. So when they come and they combat with homelessness, they're able to say, you know what, I don't have to do that.
Having those hard conversations, again, through building that relationship in time to where we could have that conversation without them feeling shame, without them feeling that we're putting them down, right? And it's a reminder, like, we're having this conversation not to shame you, not so that we make you feel bad. Here's something that we see could help you and benefit you and your family moving forward, because we want wholesomeness, right? Ultimately, Jesus is the one that's going to provide that wholeness and healing in their lives.
I might be talking some issues with the parent, and they may be telling me how much they're struggling and how bad things are at home, or how their husband, and it's just like, well, let's get them a job. Let's get you some food on Thursdays at our food drive. Let's pray. And that's my biggest thing is after I leave someone, I want them to feel encouraged. I want them to feel like, you know what? I thought about praying and I got prayed over, and I really feel like God's going to open up doors. We want to build that consistent reminder that God loves you, and God loves you so much that he gave his only begotten son, and that not one of us shall perish but have everlasting life. For a kid growing up in these kind of communities, we see that there's limitations, that they're okay with the limitations that are set upon them, that they see that gangs and drugs are part of that limitation, that those are goals to be able to hit. And a kid that's growing up in that has no other value than to respect that and to embrace it. So it's hard for a child to come out of that, to understand that they're made for something greater. So a child has no hope. Nobody wants to see their kids grow up in poverty, but at the same time, they may not have the tools or the resources or the experience in making a better future, not only for themselves, but for the next generations to come. So that's why Martin Park exists, to be a better light to our community. It's a park with a heart. It's an organization that helps build community hubs in some of the poorest neighborhoods here in Fresno. And by us building these community parks, it gives the value to the community that there's a place for them to come to. Through all the violence and everything that's happening in their lives, they feel the security here. So the gospel is the centerpiece of Martin Park. And anything that we built upon that is built upon Christ. So any park, any building, any side park or house that we have, we saturated with knowing that this is what God wanted us to do.
Hey, can this one move like this? No.
Yes, you can.
Oh,
Right
the
now.
funnest day I ever had here at Martin Park was like when we used to get wet on Fridays and like have water slides. We got to learn about Jesus, and then we have to do our homework, and then we get to have free time.
Because it's really fun. It's very fun. There's stuff to do here after school, and there's always really good snacks. Yeah, totally.
We've got maybe 4 generations of lack of common sense, lack of involvement, lack of individuals caring for the next generation. If we don't take charge right now, we're going to lose another 2-3 generations of kids that aren't going to know the benefit of having life and living life abundantly, not in ruins or not in being satisfied with poverty, but to understand that they're the hope for the next generations. We're in downtown Fresno, the 9371 zip code. Yeah, this is the elementary school I went to. Childhood friends lived across the street, and later on in life, he pulled out a gun. He was gonna kill me in the streets right here. So the 93701 zip code has so many homes, so many people in poverty that it's too much for some. The beginning of the month looks really bad in this community. Everyone looks happy because they're running around on drugs, but at the end of the day, when the drugs are gone, comes the depression. And that depression becomes a norm for a child that's looking for hope in all the wrong places.
Youth are at risk. They're at risk to follow gangs. They're at risk to be sex trafficked. They are at risk to start drugs. All of those, they come from a need of being loved and believing that they belong to something. And that's the reason why they give so much of themselves. That's why it's so easy that when a gang member says, I need you to do A, B, and C, I need you to go shoot somebody, that they're going to do it because in their mind, they believe that if they do this, that I'm going to be part of this group. I now have my family. And the youth are dying to be loved.
You know, part of my childhood was culture. Growing up in this culture where mom and dad grew up in a gang, poverty lifestyle. So whether it was buying the clothes that made me look like a gangster, it was, this is how you protect yourself. This is how you know, this is the way we carry ourselves. And then it was, you know, the drugs.
Growing up as a kid here, we learned to run the streets at night, the things that the community detests, you know what I mean? The addictions, the betrayals, the stealing, the conniving, and taking advantage of things. And I really feel like these aren't forgiving streets.
My name is Yaneli. I go to Washington Union High School, and like, I love this park because it's like when I walk in this park, I feel safe. Like this is like a safe park for me. And like when something goes down or like I'm feeling sad, Oscar and Julie are there for me. That's why I love this park. And like this park is like for good kids. It's just not just like for family. It's just like for everybody. It's not like for one person.
Yaneli came to Martin Park because there's a playground. It's a safe place. It's a place where other kids are playing basketball, football, running around, you know. I think we celebrated her 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th birthday outside at Martin Park. She came with a willing heart, and she left this world with a willing heart.
Some new leads in the fatal shooting of a young mother and her 3-week-old baby. This happened 6 weeks ago.
Fresno police blame sibling rivalry and jealousy for the shocking murders of an 18-year-old mother and her 3-week-old daughter in September.
Yaneli Solorio Rivera was shot and killed as she slept in her bed, holding her 3-week-old daughter, Celine. The shooter also killed the baby girl.
Investigators arrested the victim's older sister and that sister's boyfriend.
The first thing that comes through my mind when hearing her story is what happened right before. What was she feeling right before? The fear that was going through her mind, the confusion, the question of why. It's a reminder of how we need Jesus, but it's also a reminder of what is happening in this world, that we have broken people.
The world might look at Yaneli's life as a failure. It's even hard for me to even say that because all these kids are not failures. They're still canvases that are being painted on. And some people might say she was taken because she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. No, she was with the people she thought that loved her, her family. Even living in the world that she lived in at home, or the situations that we place ourselves in, knowing that she belonged to the body. She belonged to the family that I belonged to. She was my sister. I was not just a mentor / dad to her. I was her brother in Christ. And that's what these kids get here at Martin Park. They get an opportunity to be a part of. And at a young age, it becomes a part of a club, not a part of a game.
What do you hope for the future? I mean, like, where do you want to see the park go?
To be bigger and nicer and like more people coming in. Like I want people to be like happy, and I want to see people's faces like they want to be here every day. I want to see faces like that. I will help students and help kids for their homework. Yeah.
I think one thing with cycles of generational trauma, abuse, neglect, and poverty is nothing about time in itself guarantees that anything is going to change. Just because we get older doesn't mean all of a sudden we're going to develop into healthy, thriving adults. Not even the healthiest of 18-year-olds is ready to tackle on independence and what the world brings, especially with this transitional age youth, in that they are transitioning from childhood, adolescence, into now adulthood. These individuals for their entire life have been children and are going to something completely new. The world's going to treat them the way people are going to treat them this way now as legal adults, responsible for their own actions and responsibilities, and responsible for making sure that they benefit and thrive into their future. The landing here has been piled of multiple nonprofit organizations that are youth oriented, if the issue is the foster care system, human trafficking, or just your youth in crisis that doesn't have a place to call home or to go to be loved, we exist here to serve that individual need.
Those kids are looking for a family they maybe never had. They're looking for a safety and relationships that they've never had. So one of the things that we're trying to provide is this real sense of stable community. But because they haven't necessarily, they've been in 5 different foster homes, or they haven't had some of the same things that maybe a kid like my kids have had, like they just make more mistakes. And, you know, being in there to sit in the middle of that mess with them, the mess of what their life is, and being able to love and take care of them, but then also to like help them in this pathway, just like I would with my own kids when my own kids make mistakes. And you don't kick them out, right? You teach them, you care for them, you try and work on that mistake, you try and move them forward.
Like I envisioned something similar to what the landing is, like, and then when someone told me about it, I was like, wait, a safe spot where foster youth or former foster youth, place where you could feel comfortable. I was just in shock, like, whoa, how did they know what I was looking for?
I think Fresno Mission's role here through our youth services and being a partner of the landing is that we get to be Christ in the life of these children. So here at the Fresno Mission, we're here to serve the children that are with us. We're here to serve the young adult. We're here to meet their need for what their need is, and not to mold them into what we say is success, but on what Christ calls them to be and what he defines as success.
When I was 13, I entered foster care. I mean, ripped from my dad's arms. My mom at the time was back in my life. So just being taken away from my mom and my dad was a lot for me. At 21, basically your placement in foster care kind of ends. They close your case. And so I had made a decision to leave my foster home. And I moved in with my brother, Andrew. I was babysitting for a little bit, and that was where a little bit of my money was coming from. But that kind of came to an end. And so I was like, just sharing, you know, I'm struggling with money a little bit, and I'm staying with my brother, and I'm not really supposed to be there, and I just don't know what to do. I need help. And, you know, it's hard being an adult and 21, and it's hard to ask for help. I ended up getting this job because I went to like a job fair that the landing was having, and I had my interview, and I was super nervous. And right after the interview, I went to the landing, and I was telling everybody about it because I was super excited. I waited, I think it was about a month and a half. I was sitting in the living room, and I was praying. I'm like, Lord, I haven't heard anything. Like, what's going on? Like, are they going to call me back? 5 minutes later, I got the phone call that I got hired. Within 2 weeks later, I was working at the thrift store on Sierra. Last year, December, I was sick. About a week later, I got diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma cancer. It was really hard because it's like you wouldn't expect a 20-year-old to be diagnosed with cancer. I had to stop college, take the entire year off. They started chemo really early. My insurance didn't cover it, so I had to do it in the hospital. I had a lot of support. It was really hard. The landing, it's more than just, oh, we're here for you. It's what can we do for you? You know, you're not just a youth here, you're family, whether that's food, clothes, a bus pass, a ride home, just different things like that. It's like a house, kind of, I feel like, where you can just go and be yourself and meet new people and just feel supported. I think is the biggest thing is a lot of people want support, and I feel like the landing definitely does that.
When I first went to the landing, Francisco got busy, so I just didn't know if I should have stayed or left, so I just stayed. And kind of got a little comfortable and just made a little friends community there. Since I aged out, I feel like I've been punished. Like when I bring up my situation, they're like, you shouldn't use that against you. You should leave that behind. Be like, I'm not the one that put myself in this situation. Like, how am I gonna forget something that I didn't volunteer myself? Hey, I'm gonna go in the foster care system. It was around 2010. Just some people just showed up, wrong time, and I guess it was social workers or somebody, and they brought police, asked questions. They basically kind of lied to me, saying, "Oh, we're gonna take you to a place for a week or two. You come back on the weekend." Turns out a longest weekend ever. Well, right now I'm staying in a hotel because I have a possible lineup for a 1-bedroom apartment across the street from the city center. And I just needed somewhere to stay temporary until I get in. But then something unfortunate happened. After I checked in here, I got hit by a car. From the car accident that happened last Wednesday. And then right here, stitches. And then staples in my head. I only remember before, but during, nothing.
He had nobody else in the world. Like nobody in the world. He didn't even have somebody to call. He didn't have parents to call. He didn't have a family to call. And when we went and started visiting him, like he started breaking down crying because, you know, we were his city center, you know, his Fresno mission, his City Without Orphans, his landing, you know, family.
I thought I had nobody, and then his coworker came when she came to check up on me. She made me some chicken, and I just broke down in tears, like I had no clothes to leave from the hospital. And she just came with a duffel bag with from the Nike store. No one ever done that for me. And all the emotions just came out, and I was eating the chicken and I just started crying.
First people that he called were his team here at the landing. That's the only people, if anything, they had to call and come and meet his need. And the need wasn't for us to stitch him up. It wasn't for us to operate on him. It was for us to just come and meet him what he was. It was to come love him for who he was and show him we care because you're worth caring for. And that was his overwhelming response on that incident. What he remembers, I'm sure the scars will remind him of what he went through that day, but what I think stood out the most to him was the response of the people that he met here that really meant what they meant, was to love him for who he is, meet him through the highs and lows, through the thick and thin, and show him that he matters because God says he matters.
This whole dirt area, this is where our future building is going to be at. This is where we're going to have a full-blown kitchen. We're going to have classrooms. We're going to have computer labs. We're going to steward the money that God gave us to continue sustaining the work that we do in Webster and Lowe and in Susan B. Anthony. And these 3 communities are what we're targeting. These 3 communities need a Martin Park on every street.
We are more than a shelter. We're more than just a place for them to stay at. We actually encourage them to stay here with us longer. We want them to stay with us longer because change comes in community. We want to take that stress away. What makes us different is, one, we speak about the Lord and we just pour into the families. But also what makes us different is that they know that they don't have 30 days or 4 months. We see them for themselves and we look at what they need and we give them the tools and we walk alongside them.
To look, beyond the bag and try to address those situations with those families, and talk about those situations. Like, why are you here? Or how long have you been in those situations? Our goal is to ultimately allow Jesus to come in and start the healing process.
Some secret to the recipe. I think one thing that, we have a guy, Bud, that leads the academy on staff, and he has always said, love is spelled Tin. And that's it's an amazing insight, right? And it's totally true. Like, the longer, if you build a healthy relationship, the longer your relationships are, especially when there's these kids there, the longer your relationship, the more trust it's built, the more they feel like a sense of belonging, the more they feel a sense of purpose, the more they experience what they're supposed to experience, which is, this is what true Christ love looks like, right?
My trauma definitely follows me. It is my baggage. It's part of, putting clothes in a suitcase, going on vacation. I take my trauma with me everywhere, because it defines me. It's who I am. My faith from last year being diagnosed with cancer till right now, I would probably have never shared my story, never wanted to. My faith has definitely grown. Seeing the impact that I have made on people telling me that I'm their hero, and just telling me that I'm brave and I'm strong, and my faith is like what keeps me going.
We're forever getting to know who they are as well. That's another thing that I thought about when we were with Kylie. Her story isn't over. The storms aren't over, but she has already overcome. And I believe that she now has a stronger foundation, so when those storms come, she will be ready, and if not, we will be here to help her along the way.
What's up, dude? Welcome to my crib.
Jesus has an apartment. It has tremendously helped with his self-esteem. I reflect of how many Jesuses that don't have a team like us are out there. How many people are crying alone? Or how many people are not crying at all? Because it's not worth the tears, because nobody's listening anyway.
I'm still used to the shelter life. I'm still trying to, I gotta realize this is my own spot. Yeah.
42.
And this is the living room. Feels kind of surreal because I haven't been able to get a job. And hopefully I get hired.
Not only does he have an apartment, he has an interview coming up, which money in her pocket is always great. And I think what we get to see is what we've been aiming for this whole time, which is hope.
I always worried about things going on tomorrow, the next day. I think now I'm just worried about the presence, like what's gonna happen next? What am I gonna do next? What's this minute gonna look like for me? I have big goals. I wanna own my own house one day, and have my dream job, which is to become a special education teacher.
I think what's amazing when we hear the story about Jesus, we still hear the stories of Kylie. And even when you hear the stories of Yaneli, it was God's intervention in their lives. God intervenes in our all lives, but he cares deeply about those who have nobody else to care, for themselves. And I think because he intervened, not only did they see a crisis end at some point in their life, but they also received an eternal inheritance that will last them forever.
And those stories don't stop there. They become part of the solution. The Yaneli story, it was tragic. And I can see how there's countless people that aren't being, their stories not being told, that are gone. But we get to give people the glimpse of what this looks like. Tragedy at its fullest, jealousy. You get to see what transformation, that this was not the longest weekend, that this was an opportunity for me to have the things that I have, because some of these kids are raised in these environments that don't ever get taken away, but they feel like they're taken away their whole life. And I really feel like my story was part of that I never felt like I was going to be myself. So as we share these stories, we see the opportunity to see a glimpse of what's happening in our communities. There's organizations that are in buildings, and there's organizations that are in community. Martin Park is in the heart of these communities, and that's why we say we're a park with a heart. The mission is no perfect people allowed. And those people that go there, they feel like they're imperfect, and now they have a place where they can come and feel like they're welcome. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity.
The conversation. Excellent. And go ahead and give us an audio test.
Yeah, testing 1, 2, 3, testing. I'm not hearing anything.
Hey, hello?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me? Aaron, you there?
I don't have any audio in my headphones. Okay.
Test 1, 2. Hello, hello. Hmm. Hey, can you hear me now, Aaron?
I can hear you.
Hey, it's working.
Hi,
Awesome.
Tom. Yeah, thanks for waiting for us. Technical difficulties. It's life on Zoom.
Exactly. But man, been conversations all over the place, and eventually it's all gotten figured out. So that's
Yeah.
great.
Par for the course these days. Well, good to see you. Thanks. You are holding vigil with us.
Yes.
Thanks for doing the late night. I'd love to know what you're hearing as you talk to missions across the US. Oh, actually, first of all,
Yes.
folks may have been online with us for the national feeds, but I don't know if everyone who's listening knows who you are or what you do or why I'm talking to you. Could you just share a little bit about who you are in Citygate? And then, yeah, I'd love to hear what you're hearing tonight.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. So Tom DeVries, President and CEO of Citygate Network, and been in this role for a little over 2 years. Citygate Network is really kind of a movement of which Portland Rescue Mission is a part, and one of over 320 missions that are the oldest and largest missions in most of the largest cities and even rural areas throughout the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean. And we started in 1906, and the first mission was actually in 1872 in New York City when Jerry McCauley started Water Street Mission. And there was significant need there for folks that were dealing at that point in time with alcoholism, but also with homelessness, and have continued now for almost 120 years of just serving those that are dealing with experiencing homelessness or with addiction recovery or mental health challenges. And it's really great to be part of this movement that God is working through and bringing help and healing to people around the country, certainly.
Well, I'm very thankful for the role Citygate has played for us. Here we are, as I think all missions, an independent nonprofit, and we have, our origin story is similar to so many like Water Street, where there was a person who saw the need in their neighbor and thought, I got to do something. And then it built into this legacy now here in Portland. We're 76 years old of just faithfulness, people responding to that same prompting of the Spirit to say, yeah, I need to be a part of serving my neighbor in need. So we're doing this. We've talked with a few other missions this evening, and we've been hearing some, but I'd love to know, what are you hearing? Are you picking up any themes or common threads in the conversations you're having nationally? I don't know how many missions you're talking to, many.
Many.
Yeah. What are you hearing?
Numbers of different things. I think, for me, the reason that we're really doing this is around awareness and raising awareness and being able to tell stories. And I think the most important stories for me really are the stories of transformation and being able to have folks that have been and experienced our programs, many of whom are even on staff in the missions and ministries that are connected to Citygate Network, and to talk about how the programs of those missions like Portland Rescue Mission have really been literally a lifesaver when you look at life and death, and when you look at brokenness and healing, and when you look at bondage and freedom, and saying without your mission or ministry, they would not have a story to tell. And it's been really, really cool. I was talking to Scott Snyder's in Canton, Ohio, and he was talking about how they were out, and they had just started. I guess it's about 35 in Canton, Ohio tonight, and so I know they had started a fire, and two single women came up and said, hey, can we just warm ourselves by your fire? And then kind of like, hey, what are you doing? And Scott shared with them about conversations on a bench and invited them. I'm just breaking ground on a brand new shelter for single women, and how powerful, Scott was able to kind of share the folks that were watching their live stream that this was the exact reason they were doing what they were doing there in Canton, and how significant that was. I think other stories or themes have been, I think, on the value of providing this space. That the invitation, whether it be to city officials or government officials or other nonprofits that are even working in the homelessness and addiction recovery space, that maybe without the excuse of having a conversation on a bench, they might not have the conversation, or it's opened up the door to greater relationship or a next step conversation in some way. And that's been really, really cool. Actually happening, and to be able to kind of do the live look-ins and to see one CEO having a conversation with another, and kind of sharing scripts and stories and notes and things that are going on, and how God's at work in different places around the country, sometimes in similar ways, sometimes in very different ways. But I think that part of that is because each of our mission really have those ears to hear and eyes to see and hearts to understand how God's at work, and having a commitment to do contextual ministry that, may be a little bit different in Portland than it is in Omaha or it is in Orlando, and how significant it is, though, for you to be able to be there and say, we know what the needs of Portland are, and we're really
Yeah, Tom, I just lost a little bit of your audio. I don't know if I heard most of it, so I might need to switch headphones here, because just that last part of your sentence, you're talking about contextual ministry, and we know the needs of Portland, and I lost. Now I can hear you. So I'm just going to let my tech guy know. Is this? Do I need to switch my headphones, or I can hear Tom again? I'll tell you what. If I wave at you, just know that I lost you. So okay, but I think I got the most of it. Yeah, I think that's the power of local grown ministry, and this is why our church partners are so important, is because they're also contextually serving in our city, and they have a unique vision into different neighborhoods and different needs that they're seeing, and yet, this, we have so much in common when it comes to serving vulnerable people. And it extends, beyond just even missions to many types of Christian charitable work where Christians are called into hard situations
Yeah.
to represent the hands and feet of Jesus, to share the gospel, to be present in people's struggle and suffering, and to bear witness to the rebirth that happens in people's lives through that incarnational work. And so, I feel like sometimes I could have another mission CEO on the bench. I could have a pastor from a church on the bench. I could have a missionary serving in Haiti on the bench, and they're all going to say something really similar, which is that we're called to go. We're called to be present, and in that, God does amazing things because it's ultimately He's the one doing it. We're just equipped witnesses, and as part of what He's doing.
Yeah.
I know that you have thought a lot about how to build our network of missions into a sustainable kind of next phase. Tell me something you're seeing missions do well right now. Where are you seeing some innovation or different thinking that you think represents some of what we will see, in the coming 10, 15 years of mission work nationally?
Yeah, I think one of the current themes is certainly around the women and children's shelters that are opening up, and there's many of those I think that are coming online, and rightly so, and wonderfully so, and I love that. I think the one that is a little more on the horizon is really around elder care and respite care and hospice care. And we have a couple of missions that are beginning to provide space with the aging of the homeless population. And we see that. And we already know that those experiencing homelessness are some of the loneliest people around. They've burned through their social safety nets. They've burned through their relationships. And now they're coming through a life where they've probably accelerated their aging more quickly and are dying at younger ages. And so maybe where it would be 75 earlier, it might be 65 or 55. And some like Knoxville area mission Carm, where Danita is, are looking and saying, how do we provide space for people to be able to die with dignity, for us to be able to say you won't die alone, and then at that most important time, especially to be able to share the gospel with them and be able to share the love of Christ in that moment, and help them to be able to cross that line into eternity with a relationship with Christ. And I think that a number of our missions are going to begin to look at that in the future and begin to do some capital campaigns and some significantly more investment on the resource side to really, with the aging homeless population, begin to help people die with dignity and know Christ's love and be able to know Christ personally as well.
Yeah, it's such an amazing opportunity. And, I've often heard it referred to as the silver tsunami. I might have heard that from you, Tom. I don't know. But just the reality that there is an aging population with the baby boomers aging, retiring, transitioning into fixed incomes, and inflation not keeping, or their income's not keeping pace with inflation in ways that will drive some people out of their housing, particularly those who have a minimal or no social support community. Maybe they don't have family, they don't have a church, and they were on the brink of isolation, and then they lose their apartment, or they they run into some sort of economic challenge that pushes them over the brink. Rescue missions have typically not been well equipped to serve an aging population. So I love hearing about how people are thinking about that differently. I also think there's an opportunity there to invite people into community in a preventative way, as we see that coming. And so, I hear about different ministries that are investing in more long-term supportive housing for people who need that. And are able to engage in housing. So they're well positioned to take advantage of that kind of resource, and they can contribute to that community through, taking on some amount of responsibility for how that community is functioning, but really need to work together in some sort of collaborative way in order to maintain their own independence and not end up on the street. So we hear about that. Certainly the pressures of the housing market impact everybody, but particularly those on a fixed income.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that's part of how are we not just responsive, but how can we move upstream and be preventive? And what are some of the strategies that we can begin to lean into? And some of those conversations are really coming from donors as well, in saying, so what are you doing? We know you respond. We know you care. We know you love. We know you help. But what are you doing on the front end of that? And transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, some of these other kinds of options, I think, are also going to be, again, part of the solution of trends toward the future.
Yeah. Well, I know it's late where you are because I think you're in the Pacific time zone. It's late here. Let me just ask you one more question. You've been given this commission to represent missions nationally. You're speaking often on a national stage on behalf of the work we do. For those folks who are watching our live stream tonight, what's something you want people to know that gives you hope for what's coming?
Yeah, and I think what that is that we do have a century-old track record of being able to help people who've been hurting, especially around addiction and mental health, and especially in the area of homelessness and experiencing homelessness. And that what we're working really hard to do is begin to partner to prove that through evidence-based data and information, as we begin to look and say, what's the collective impact of Citygate Network? And the fact that with all of our missions, we probably reach and touch over 1 million people annually, that the revenue and expense levels of our missions is over $2.2 billion collectively, that what we do is making a difference. And we want to continue to lean into that and see that continue to grow so that we can serve and love and care for more people together.
Yeah. The impact, you think about all these missions that they think, okay, we just have this small piece of the pie, but that, boy, when you start adding up those numbers, it's incredible what God's people are accomplishing all across the U.S. I know around the world for missions. There's places all around the world. Well, Tom, hey, I really appreciate you. We'll continue to see you on our national feed that's coming, and I guess we're in the second half of this event, so later on today. Anything you want to make sure people are tuning in for? Hey, don't miss. Give us your little promo for what's coming in the rest of the day.
Right, for what's coming up. So we are going to hear a few more conversations that are coming up. One from Merle Heatwell, excuse me, who is the national commander for the Salvation Army, and he's going to be live in a conversation that we're going to have later this morning. Howard Koh, who's a professor at Harvard University and was with us at our annual conference, as well as Kate Long, who's been involved in the Global Flourishing Study, and they'll both be live later this morning as well. So excited to have those conversations that are all coming up on the national feed.
All right. Well, I appreciate you putting that together. Looking forward to those. And thank you, Tom. I hope you can relax a little bit between calls. Are you jumping right on with somebody else, or do you have a minute?
Nope, we're going to do it, and we'll go right on from there. So appreciate it.
Bless you. Thank you.
Yep.
And we'll see you in the morning.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. Bless
Bye,
you
Tom.
too. Bye-bye.
Well, looking back, what brought you here in the first place?
Well, I grew up out on the street, in and out of foster care. Grew up in a chaotic home. And then I eventually lost my placement in that foster care system, and they didn't really know what to do with me. So they pretty much just let me roam the streets from about 15 and up. During the winters was really bad. I remember this one time it was -8 out, and I was out just jacket and jeans, you know, and I almost froze to death. I came in here, my pants were like cardboard. I was really sick. And I got in here, and a guy named Dean Whistler helped me get in here, and he saved my life that day.
What are your first memories? What was your first impression of UGM visiting and when you checked in all the way overnight?
And I've been using since I was 12, 13 years old, and I had no idea how to change. I had no idea how to stay sober, how to live, or anything. I had no clue. I was unable to. And eventually I got in a lot of trouble, and God found me in jail. And the first thing that popped in my head was going to the program at the Mission, you know, because this place is the first place that I ever found that somebody actually cared about me. They wanted actually to help me to better myself and to get myself on track. Before that, I was just an expendable person that nobody really wanted around.
What do you remember about your time here, having meals in the dining room, working in the kitchen? What was that experience like for you?
The meals were a gift from God because, you know, when you're out on the streets and you're starving, you get pretty hungry and you get pretty irritated and depressed and lonely. And when you come in here and you eat some food, it makes you feel a little bit better. I used to do the chores in the kitchen, and all those skills that I learned, I actually got a job at Perkins right there over on Division during my program stay, and it helped me get through and save up money to actually get my own place once I graduated program.
Jeff, can you tell us about this room? What happens in the chapel?
Well, this is where we used to do self-evals. This is where my most drastic change happened in my life. This is where while we're in program, we dig deep, really dark, and we pull everything out, and we have to feel all the emotions that we've been stuffing for years and to take accountability for our actions. You know, we also had chapel in here, and first time I was in this chapel, I was terrified to be in here with all the people. Eventually it got easier and easier. The more you're exposed to it, the more you're open to it. And eventually gave me that nudge that I needed to actually accept Christ.
What did joining the program offer you that you didn't have in your life before?
All I did from being a teenager to the point where I joined the program was just do drugs and survive. That's all I did, and that's all I knew how to do. Nobody taught me anything. So I had to, pretty much like a little kid, get carried through all these recovery issues, all these life skills. The Mission pretty much taught me how to live. And at a certain point, they taught me how to love. This was the first place that I was shown unconditional love. The way the staff treated me, it was a huge factor. When you're used to be treated like garbage all your life and disposable, and all of a sudden somebody's freaking out on the staff, yelling at them, and they respond with love and understanding instead of, you know, you get out or we're calling the cops. You know, it changed my life. You know, some of those people were still around. I would like them to see where I'm at today and how they actually affected my life.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2. I can't hear anything through my head.
Test 1, 2. Can you hear me now?
I hear it. I hear it now.
Video? Your video?
Great. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Kim, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. I have been kind of jumping in and being able to kind of see you on the corner. You've talked to some really wonderful people today.
I have. I've really loved having these conversations today.
That's great.
Yeah.
And you look pretty cozy up there in Seattle, so that's awesome.
Pretty much my propane tank went dead though, so I'm a little chilly, but otherwise it's way better than January.
I bet.
And we don't have rain forecast until 11 a.m. So I'm going to
Yay.
pray for one more hour.
Hold off for an hour, and then you'll finish up all 24. That'll
Yeah,
be great.
It's October. If I get through 24 hours without rain in Seattle in
Yeah.
October, I'm doing well.
That's great. That's great.
How are
good.
you doing? Are you getting tired?
Oh yeah, definitely. So got a few more conversations, and then we'll have a couple hour break before we start hitting the morning and kind of the final stretch. So it should be good.
Yeah. Yeah, I scheduled myself a nap after this. So
Good deal.
Yeah.
Hopefully I
Yeah.
won't put you to sleep though.
homelessness is about a lack of relationships.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of people really agree with that. And they're saying it in their own way, but that as we're working with people, we can be that relationship. And then just that we have to set people up in great communities so that when they leave here, they're in community somewhere, because that's how they can stay healthy. So
Yeah.
hearing that
that-
over and over.
Yeah, exactly. And has there been, I think, a willingness, because you've had some really, I think, significant nonprofit leaders then that have also been part of the conversation. Is there willingness or places to partner or connect or do some of those things?
Yeah, definitely. And, I've been here for just over 2 years and I'm still figuring out the city. So I'm needing now to get more involved at the county level, I think. And
yeah.
so I've made some good connections recently that'll help me there. And just finding how we can partner with what's happening at the county level, and finding more solutions, collaborative solutions.
Yeah.
But definitely a lot of collaboration going on within Pioneer Square and within the religious nonprofits here. We're definitely getting together more, and looking at how do we align, and where do we maybe not agree
Yeah.
so much, but we can work together anyway. And yeah, it's been a really good 2 years in getting to know all of those nonprofits.
That's great. And what I loved on your feed especially, and some of the things that you were sharing were a lot of the statistics, whether they be around fentanyl, whether they be around some of the things going on in King County, and how significant those were, and recognizing that is the defining of the problem, and looking and saying, yeah, how do we approach this then on the solution side? And what does that begin to look like? So kudos to you and your team, I think, on the communication for that, because it both looked great, but the things that it talked about were very meaningful and significant too.
Thank you. Yeah, my team has worked so hard on this.
Yeah.
They deserve those kudos for sure. So
No, good.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about fentanyl tonight, and just realizing. So I've had some issues right here on our street this week. There's probably been 4 or 5 people that have been arrested with where it's taken multiple police to take them down.
My goodness. Yeah.
And I really think that whatever's out there right now, the drug supply has got some nasty stuff in it. Yeah, and it's just really sad to see that. But I'm hoping that as they are getting arrested, that they're going to get some help. But it's fentanyl, and it's in everything. So I just think it's so important to educate people and wake them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's no longer just addiction or overcoming addiction. This is a life and death thing, that because of the level of fentanyl and what it does in such small quantities, that ultimately it kills. And people that are choosing then to use that it's more than a drug. It's really a life sentence that really takes their life. And I think that's the message, and you're doing that well. That really needs to be communicated to say, we don't want to help you after the fact, because with this, there really is no after the fact. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a very short time when somebody becomes addicted to help them find recovery, or like you said, it's a death sentence, and it's affecting so many families. And I don't think people talk about it. There's some shame there when their kid or their husband or whoever, wife is addicted. You don't talk about it, but there are a lot of them out there that must be just hurting so much.
Yeah. And because of the cost and easy access, and especially where you're in Seattle, as we've looked at some of the documentaries talking about it coming down easily now from Canada, you're one of the entry points for that. And it's probably very, very easy to access, and then very easy to use at very low cost.
Oh, totally. You can get some for $1 here.
Yeah.
And I guess the high quality stuff is $5. I heard that tonight. And,
Wow.
and actually quite often it's given away because, you're going to give a sample, right?
Right.
And once you get that person addicted, you've got a customer. So that's what we're seeing here. And seeing it in the other drug supply, like, somebody might be thinking that they're just going to smoke some weed. And they die of a fentanyl overdose.
Yeah.
Had no idea it's in there. So
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lacing all these other drugs with it, because again, it's such low cost and easy to be able to do that. And again, the addiction is so much greater and tough to again break, that if you can get them addicted to that, you're gonna have a customer for life, in essence.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I think we saw in Robert Marbut's documentary how that, they'll be processing fentanyl one day and on the same table the next day they're doing cocaine or weed or whatever, and it's in there, so it's in everything. And I'm even cautious now if I sit at a picnic table or whatever, because you just don't know where it is. So that documentary really taught me a lot about it and woke me up about it.
Good.
So,
Good.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Nope. Go ahead, Kim.
What are I wanted to ask you, what are you seeing across the country at other missions that people are doing some really cool things that you're seeing turn the tide?
Yeah, I think part of these conversations, especially, I think a lot of that has to do with really the commitment to people around relationship. And there's been a lot of common conversation, I think, that way, as people have been talking about how do we really create that sense of connection and community. I think women and children's shelters are on the rise, and that's been significant with regard to capital investment, and that's been a lot, and I think it's going to continue to be a lot. One of my favorite stories tonight was with Scott Snyder in Canton, Ohio, who they are just breaking ground on a single women's shelter, and they've been able to raise the funds for that. And they were sitting in Canton in 35-degree weather, had gotten a little fire started, and 2 single women came up and said, "Hey, can we warm ourselves by your fire?" And Scott introduced them, told them about Conversations on a Bench, invited them onto the bench where they shared their story. And Scott was able to say that the center that we're building is exactly for you, and pretty powerful that way to have a moment just like that. I think another one is what Danita's doing in Knoxville, in the Knoxville Area Rescue Mission, around respite care and also hospice. And with the aging of the population of those experiencing homelessness, and the fact that often life on the streets shortens life by as much as a decade. That what we're going to begin to see, I think, is more of our missions and ministries begin to look at how do we help people, especially people that are alone with no relationship and poor health, navigate end of life, and be able to say there's a place for you here, and we want you to be here, and you will be loved, and we would love to share the love of Christ and the gospel of Christ with you as you look at your eternity. And I think we're going to see more of that coming too.
You know, that's one of the things that's really hard decisions, I guess, in a ministry is, you know, we want to move people along. We want to help them find housing and move forward. But as we're doing that, we're finding there are certain people that are just never going to thrive in public housing. And this is home for them.
Yeah.
And I've always said, this is not home. We need to help them find home. But but there are a few that there's nowhere that we found that is appropriate for them, that they're going to thrive like they're thriving here. And what do we do with that?
Yeah.
And so far we just let them be part of the team, you know, and be part of the family. That's a hard thing.
I think too, and probably not that population, but maybe with some of the other populations there, some of the job training programs I think are getting a little more innovative, like down in Orange County, where they're able, where Brian and his team is helping develop apprentices in construction, and they have some good partnerships with construction companies in being able to help them learn skills that can last again a longer period of time, and help them move to self-sustaining life experience and behavior that allow them eventually to buy their own home, or to get married, or to have kids, and to do some of these things as well. And being able to find those job training opportunities, I think a lot of our missions and ministries are looking harder.
Yeah, that's really important too. You know, I just realized that we just started talking and didn't really talk about Citygate and what it is. And, you know, would you share with my audience about, you know, who is Citygate, and, you know, just whatever you'd like to share there, where we're going, I guess.
Yeah. No, we'd love to do that. And Citygate Network is almost 120 years old, and started in 1906. And we have 321 missions and ministries that are part of our network in the U.S. and Canada, and also in the Caribbean. And the first mission was really started in 1872, Water Street Mission in New York City with Jerry McCauley. And it really was someone who had been in prison himself, had come out and society in some ways, others that were dealing with the addiction of the day, which was alcoholism, and others who couldn't find a place to stay. And that began to lead to greater and greater ministry, you know, across the country ultimately. And most of the oldest missions and the largest missions, whether they be in cities or towns or rural areas, really are connected to Citygate Network. And we really are here to be able to be a community together, and to have connection, to be able to provide leadership and learning together with some of the training that we do. And also, when you talk about the innovation piece, to share some of the best practices, and what are the things that are having impact. And it's one of the questions that we ask ourselves around what's the collective impact to 1 million people annually. Also, we look at revenue and expenses that are probably over $2.2 billion collectively as well, and continuing to try to take the programs that we have and do and say, what's the impact on individual lives over the long term, and trying to begin to collect that data together and really say that not only are we a faith-based movement, but also an evidence-based movement that can look and share and also show the value of our programs and the commitment that we have of our leaders and people to serve the lives of others.
That's great. You know, I was talking to somebody recently, and we said that one data point that we should figure out is how many years collectively we have in City Gate.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine what that might be.
Right.
So-
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure it's huge. Yeah.
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 Yeah. I was also thinking, Tom, about the Flourish thing that we're working
Yes.
on. Do you
Yeah.
want to talk about that? And
Yeah.
I think a lot of what we've talked about here today is about what does it look like to flourish. And
Yeah.
in Seattle, it's people really are so much about, well, let's just let people be and put them in housing, and that's enough. And
Yeah.
I think that's not flourishing. It
Yeah.
is not. It's certainly not dignity. And
Mhm.
so I would love it if you would explain that and talk about where we're going with our outcomes.
Yeah, and so in fact, coming up at 7 a.m. Or 7:15 this morning at Pacific time, we'll have Kate Long live in an interview. And Kate spoke at our annual conference this year. She's a professor, researcher at Harvard, and she's going to be talking about flourishing. I'm going to be asking her some really specific questions around that and what in the research, the global research she's doing in flourishing, how does that apply into our context and apply to those experiencing homelessness? We really have as our mission statement, equipping ministries to help people move from suffering to flourishing through the gospel. That's our mission statement. And looking and saying, is that more than a hope? Can it really be a reality? Can we help people with their physical and emotional well-being? Can we help them to move into a place of material sustainability? Can we help them with regard to their spirituality and finding faith for themselves? And there's really kind of 5 or 6 specific areas as they've identified their flourishing scale globally that actually do, I think, connect with what we're trying to do with the missions and ministries of City Gate Network. And it's really, again, not saying be warmed and be filled. It's not saying, oh, here's 3 hots and a cot, right? It really is saying we want to help you to be able to move forward in your life in a way that is sustainable, self-sustainable, and you can look and find joy and peace and happiness in the midst of that.
I love that. And I see that every day at the mission. And I think every staff person at the missions across the country see it. And it's just putting tangible measurements on it.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. And so we'll be actually partnering with the Memorandum of Understanding with Salvation Army and also with Adult and Teen Challenge through Duke University to begin to do some research that way that's a little more of a longitudinal study that asks about 50 specific questions around flourishing and self-sustainability that we're going to ask, Adult and Teen Challenge will ask, and also Salvation Army will ask on entry into our programs, midpoint at the end, and then 6 months following, and hopefully seeing, kind of a gradated or gradual increase in the effectiveness of having been in our programs that way.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that getting rolled out and
Yes.
being part of those measurements for sure.
Yeah.
And as we, we're building our new program here, and so we're
Yeah.
looking at, okay, what are the outcomes going to be? What do we, we can't just put a bunch of classes on the docket and
Yeah.
say that once they finish them, we're good. It's
Right.
like, what outcomes do we want for each section? And then let's back that up. What do we need to teach to get there? What do we need to
Yes.
do? in our case management and so on. So that's really going to help us as we build that out.
Yeah,
So,
great,
yeah.
great process. Exactly the right steps. So
Yeah.
great to hear that, Kim. Wonderful.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
I'm excited to go to Baltimore at the end of the month.
Yes.
Do you want to tell people about the Innovations Labs?
Would love to do that. So one of the other initiatives that we're working on is what we call Innovation and Impact Labs, and it really is looking and identifying several places around the country that really have missions that are kind of models or are centers of excellence in some of the ways that they do things. And again, it's being able to provide other missions opportunities to come and spend 3 or 4 days and just learn and listen, and then create space for dreaming, for creativity, and for innovation, to say, are any of the things as you listen either transferable, or do they spur thought onto ways that you can kind of move or advance the impact of your own mission in some way? And so Baltimore is going to kind of be that innovation and impact lab in being able to create that space for learning, for growth, and for kind of ideation around what might be next, or being able to help our missions kind of look differently at how they do what they do.
I'm really excited about that. I've been to Baltimore helping out Mission.
Yes.
And they've got a beautiful new women's facility there.
Yes.
And I just love some of what they do, especially with their partnership with Johns Hopkins Hospital.
Yes.
And I would really love to have a partnership like that here in Seattle. You know, and really work deep on the addiction issues here.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, and have a deep, really good recovery program. It's
Yeah.
so needed. So I'm really excited to learn from them.
Yeah, and it is wonderful what they're doing. It's very unique. They have a brand new facility. One floor is for women and children. One floor is just for pregnant moms. And then they brought in the science side of that with Johns Hopkins as partners to be able to help again in overcoming addiction and in that journey, and being able to lean into that in partnership between Helping Up Mission and Johns Hopkins. And I think that there are a lot of potential partnerships like that, especially in major urban centers around the country. Seattle would definitely be at the top of the list to be able to do something like that. Would love to see it happen.
Yeah. We've got a lot to learn, but
Yeah.
our team is really excited to go out there. So
Wonderful.
yeah, and I'm saying it often on this feed so that somebody maybe will hear it and say, "Oh, we could partner here in Seattle."
Yes,
So,
exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be great.
You know, I did a Zoom earlier with Scott Thielen from
Yeah.
Yakima
Yes.
and Aaron Holcomb from Portland.
Yes. Yeah.
And then a little while ago, I was doing one with Andrea Pickett.
Yeah.
Also
Yes.
in Oregon. But we've all talked about how much we really, really appreciate the community. There's that word
yeah.
again.
Yes.
The community that we have with Citygate members. And
Yeah.
you know, if we didn't learn anything at Citygate and didn't have the conferences or whatever, I think just the community would be well worth
Yes.
our membership, because just having that support is so important.
Yeah.
Are you hearing that from other people too?
Very much so. And I think just my own experience is to say, I just love the people and all the people that you mentioned as well. And really coming in, it was, you know, kind of one of my hopes or commitments was really to just be able to say to people, you're not alone, right? We know the loneliness of leadership and of ministry, and to be able to say, yeah, I don't have to walk this path by myself. And there are people I can reach out to, and there are places I can reach out to, and I can find help and assistance. And they really care about me as a person or as a leader is really significant.
Yeah. I guess we have somebody that wants to join
Yes.
me here.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, I've had a
Exactly.
lot of interesting stuff happen here
Wow.
tonight.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyway, but I've got a great security team, so it's
That
fine.
they stepped up, so that was
Yeah,
great.
they do, and you know
Yeah.
they stomp the rats away too, so that's always good. Because
Love it.
that didn't phase me, but the rat, I'm out.
Yeah. Very funny.
Yeah. Anyway, anything else you want to talk about?
No, it's great. It's been really
Okay.
good. I just appreciate you, Kim, and everything you do in Citygate Network, and letting your folks know how important your leadership and influence is, especially as we're launching a whole new accreditation process. And really am grateful for that and how you've helped form that and how you're going to help us implement it. And that's really, really significant, and can't wait to be together in Baltimore in a couple weeks.
Thank you. Yeah. The accreditation just means a whole lot to me, but I feel like I've had to back away the last few weeks. I've had so much on my plate, but I'm really, really glad that we're redoing that whole process and rolling it out. And I
Yes.
think it's going to really be just help us to realize who the people are, the missions that are doing really great work in every area.
Yeah.
And help. It's going to raise the bar for all of us.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. And just like the people that we work with in our missions, you know, if we expect more, they're
Yeah.
going to rise to that.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I think that's what accreditation is going to do too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll make a difference in the lives of the people we serve, which is really wonderful too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
good.
Well, thank you, Tom. I really
Yeah.
appreciate you and
Yeah.
your leadership and your team for putting this all together.
Yeah.
And I know that there were other missions involved too, but I was just talking to some of our volunteers about
Yeah.
the you know, the site that you guys put together for
Yeah.
us and all of the, you know, the ads and the press releases and all the
Yes.
things.
Yep.
And you guys just rocked that. So thank
Nah,
you.
great
Your
team.
is
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
love 'em.
We're only here on this call because of all of our teams. So
Exactly. Exactly. Hey, good.
well, thank you.
Yep. Good to be together, and blessings as
Well, I've lost my audio.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Thank
Hey,
you, Tom.
good
I
deal.
appreciate you.
Thanks,
Okay.
Kim.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Crazy. They had a line bike. Did you see that? They had a line bike. They had a guy come almost right up into her path off the street. And they had two security guards immediately walk into the picture and protect her from this guy. Yeah. I know. Christy and me.
Okay.
Hey, Steven, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Tom. How are you?
Hey, doing well, thanks.
Great. You sleepy yet?
Oh yeah. How about you?
Yeah. We had some B-roll. That was the worst thing for me. I should have just stayed here and stayed at it. So I know people are soldiering through the night, and that's been cool to see.
Yeah.
Everybody's feeds all around, and everybody handle it their own way. It's really special.
It has been. It's been great, and really been great to have these conversations. And you know, with 70 of our missions kind of being online throughout the day, we've been able to, from Mission Control here in Fresno, to kind of have live look-ins and be able to see the.
Oh, I think I lost Tom. It cut in and out a little bit, but I think I lost Tom.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you now. Well, now I cannot.
Okay, how about now, Stephen?
Yep, I can now.
All right, good deal. Good
Okay.
deal. Well,
Good.
we've been having a good day so far. We're more than
Yeah.
halfway, so that's
Yeah,
great.
it is.
And what kind of conversations have you been having?
Well, it's been, Tulsa, we had, I'm not sure if you saw the buzz around our governor mandating Oklahoma Highway Patrol doing sweeps in the city of Tulsa just a few weeks back.
Yeah.
And that really rocked the boat for all things, as you can imagine, related to our work, for better and for worse. It wasn't done with any notice or in a dignifying way. So it sparked frustration, conversation, silver linings. We're going to make lemonade out of lemons and all that. So that's been some of it. There's others that are, frustrated with the lack of resources. We don't have a clear course. Citygate folks are excited about the course ahead with the potential with HUD, but locally, the continuum of care feel uncertainty about that and are frustrated. So I think everybody's ready finally to work together and are kind of stuck on high center seems to be the general emotion and ready to move forward. And I think it's getting ready to break loose. I think having said all that, it's getting ready to break loose.
Yeah, I know, but I think there's a lot of uncertainty, and that's probably because there hasn't been as much clarity on what's being communicated, and kind of leaving it up for people to either conjecture or guess, and that isn't helpful. But I think they know things are going to change and potentially go a different direction. And I think you're right on in saying that there is more of an openness to partner together in whatever that future looks like. And I think that's been a good step so far.
Yeah, and we had already committed to re-engaging. We all had our reasons, and a lot of us stepped away and from continuums over principle. And all I really heard as a result of that when Dad retired and I stepped into the CEO role is it didn't make any points for us really in their arena. It really just hurt their feelings, and rightfully so. And so I've been working towards building those bridges and rebuilding those relationships. And that's been special because those are my friends, and they're doing the best they know to do, and we all just need to work together going forward.
Yeah, very much so. And I think it's the trying not to posture or position or power up, and really say, how do we put people over our policies? And ultimately share compassion in what it is we're trying to do.
Yeah. So watching some of the other lives, question for you.
Yeah.
We heard some feedback at CEO Summit about resource cutbacks and general downturns in development revenue. And that's been a topic I've heard on a few that I've been able to jump on. Of course, I was interviewing most of the day, but the ones that I was listening to during the night here, is that still trending in that direction? Is it still kind of a scary situation for a lot of missions?
Yeah, I think there is, there's still the challenge of raising funds and, looking and recognizing that what we do is a lot more around private philanthropy and certainly not around government funding. And excuse me, the result of that is really, the need for people to continue to give with generosity, to be able to partner with churches, to be able to partner with businesses, but especially those that are Christ followers and have a vision for what we do, and knowing how significant that is. And major donors are still stepping in. That's been an encouraging thing.
Good.
In wanting to help and support that way. But a lot around the annual fund and monthly donors has been a lot more challenging.
Yeah. I've seen that trend, but just not quite as acute. I would say here, the middle class are suffering with just the uncertainties of the economy. I guess we all know that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think that again, what we do and how we take steps of faith forward with new programming or capital campaigns and different things like that probably requires greater prayer, discernment, and decision making maybe than it has in a while. And certainly we need to be wise in those steps that are being taken as well.
Yeah, yeah. After we did the switching subjects a little, I'm all over the place here. I'm probably going to be that way all the rest of the day. But I'm just thinking about the differences between the pilot event. And incidentally, thank you and the team for all your work on this. I appreciate it very much. I think it's been way smooth and showing some tech savvy. And there's still some bugs in the systems, but we're way better this time. And imagine we'll just keep getting better.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But last time I backfilled slots because we didn't know how it was going to go with, board members and staff members. And this time we've brought a lot more of our participants into the mix, and that's been well received. And hearing those stories, I loved how we, the short bio on the handbook, talked about amplify. It sounded like your language, amplifying stories of transformation and hope, and that has been a higher level of engagement topic. Of course, people love that, and we need good news all around the country, I'm sure, but in Tulsa with the divisiveness right just now with the governor's action we were just talking about, people need to hear that there's good things happening.
Yeah, very much so. And, I think that's one of the unique things that we really have to offer, Stephen, is these stories of transformation, of saying God is able to change hearts and change lives and change futures significantly. And that we've been called to be part of that transformation process and do that out of a faith commitment that really leads people into a greater faith walk with Christ as well. And being able to share those stories, because people do love good news. They do love to see those stories, and they do, give then when you have a proven track record, especially like you and your dad with John 3:16 mission, that's a long-term commitment. And many people look and say, we want to invest in those that do have that kind of a track record. And just kudos to you for that perseverance and persistence, but also for being able to see God at work again and again in the lives of the people around you.
Yeah, it's really a privilege. And that's not just words, and having conversations today with volunteers and all the folks that are participants that are shining in their progress. It's humbling what God's doing, getting to be a part of it. If you ever get unimpressed by that, there's something wrong with your motor.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, that's good. Great. So what are you looking at as far as folks coming in throughout the morning and some of the other conversations you're going to have?
Yeah, I've got 2 breaks today. 2 directors are going to fill in for an hour each. So that's nice. That's different this year.
Yeah.
But they're, Craig's leadership material just released yesterday, I guess. Talked about building leaders, and we very much ascribe to that here. It's been our model, and we have wonderful other leaders that do a wonderful job describing, and they'll be interviewing people in their own programs that they know their stories better than I do. So for me to sit here and interview them just doesn't feel right. And so that'll be nice. That's happening, but we're starting about 6. We're back to back the whole rest of the day.
No,
good. So we, last year we were working with gaps here and there, and the biggest amount of feedback we got was keep it moving. We want to be on the stream, but don't bore us. And so, so that's going to be hopping when the sun starts to come up. So how about you? Do you get a break?
A little bit. Got a few more conversations like this coming up.
Okay.
And then beginning at around 7 Pacific, so that'll be closer to 9 o'clock your time. We're going to begin to have some of the national conversations. So Merle Heatwall from Salvation Army, their new national commander, will be coming on board. Howard Coe from Harvard and Kate Long, that were part of our annual conference, will be there as well. So look forward to some of those live conversations that we get to have together.
Yeah. Well, that's of course on our slots as well. And Ed at the end, right? I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be good.
And so glad that he was willing to step up and be able to share and talk a little bit about the gospel as both proclamation and demonstration. So it should be good.
I'm sure it always is with him. So well,
Good
I
deal.
appreciate you and your leadership, Tom. And I don't get to hang out with you as much as I'd like, but maybe one of these days that'll happen. But it's such a blessing to just. And it is for my constituents here too to see, hey, you guys are the crazy people in town, and there's other people like you in every other town.
Right.
And they're seeing that
Right.
like we get to see at conference and other events. A special kind of crazy.
Yes. I love that. Love that. Well, appreciate you too, Stephen, and your leadership there, and just the impact of John 3:16 mission. And it is so significant. And just grateful for your willingness to just serve that way, to walk obediently and faithfully, and know that it is helping people find freedom, help people find healing, and certainly helping people find Christ. So thanks for that.
Yes, sir. It's a privilege.
Hey, good. Well, blessings, and I'm sure we'll be talking again soon.
Yep. You too. Take good care. Have a great day.
All right. Bye, Stephen.
Bye. Everybody, that was Tom DeVry from our National City Gate office. He's the leader of the group that organizes all the missions around the nation. So when we talk about all the missions that are doing this event across the nation,
in our city every day, our children face choices they should never have to make.
I really don't know how I feel to have a mother. I really don't.
Just how alone she felt, alone from those that should be taking care of her.
The ceiling, it was just open. It was just red. It was roaches. We didn't have electric. It wasn't no food in there, in the house. So me and my sister, we don't even know how we're gonna eat.
These cycles, they start early.
That's when my auntie just really decided, you know what, we're just gonna get full custody. My auntie, they used to just whoop us. I just decided, I just said, I'm leaving. I wasn't happy with myself. I wasn't happy with the lifestyle that I was making. I just felt lost. I was just looking for love. That's when I had met a guy, and he was like, well, you can just move in with me. And I was like, okay. We stayed together for like 5 years. It was a lot of abuse. And I thought that right there was love. Your family called and said your mother passed away. They found her in a field. I felt dark. I felt like a cloud was just, everywhere I went, I just felt heavy.
What we see a lot of times when they're hitting rock bottom is very often, it's always darkest right before the light.
My sister had told me, she said, hey, God needs your attention. Well, if God want my attention, he just gonna have to tell me.
She came in, it was really cold outside. I remember her really being bundled up in this like puffy jacket, but she was so desperate for change and something different in her life.
I felt love for the first time. I felt like I can be myself. And no one was going to reject me. No one going to put me to the side. No one going to shame me.
She was willing to face and have hard conversations just to try to fight for another day and to make this change that she knew she wanted.
And when I say God is faithful, he is so. It's his grace and it is his mercy that kept me here. It felt like all the barrier, all the weight, everything just released. I know who I am. I'm not who they say that I am. I'm who God says I am.
Throughout American history, as cities expanded, so did the complexities of poverty. By the mid-19th century, it was difficult to distinguish between a person's genuine need and whose vice was just being enabled. It was estimated that 3/4 or more of those impoverished were because of intemperance. Solving poverty required a considerable amount of relationship. Many Christian societies would form, and eventually America's first gospel rescue mission was established in New York City in 1872. The needs of the poor were met, and the gospel was preached daily, which would help provide the moral values needed to lift a person out of their plight. Dozens of missions sprang up throughout the U.S., creating a new genre of ministry. In 1906, the International Union of Gospel Missions came into existence, establishing connection and accountability. In 1924, Peter Quartel, founder of the Dayton Rescue Mission and representative of the IUGM, visited Cincinnati. He was surprised to discover that there was no gospel mission in a city of 500,000 people. He called upon a number of Christian leaders in the city, including James N. Gamble of Procter & Gamble, who would serve as the board's first president. Gamble financed a building, and on August 4th of 1924, City Gospel Mission opened the doors for its first service with 29 people in attendance. The mission would hold services every night of the year and would serve the poor throughout the city, including hundreds of children. Superintendents would step in and out, giving years of service to the community. But in 1942, the board struggled to find a good fit after several false starts. That same year, a Miss Marguerite Kahn was hired for office work, and it was quickly realized that nobody could run the mission like her. The board voted to make her the next executive director, and for a woman, that was very unheard of at the time.
And I'm telling you, when they elected me superintendent of that mission, even the IUGM, they would have nothing to do with me because I was a woman. I had no business in mission work. Now they'd hire a man and his wife would help out. That was okay, but a woman, never. And I had letters from a lot of those men telling me that they never thought I could do it. I don't think there are very many women that would go through what I went through with.
It wasn't her goal, but Marguerite was pioneering women's rights in a world dominated by white men. It even took decades for the IUGM to officially acknowledge her as superintendent. But she stayed the course simply because of her love for Jesus and the poor she served. In 1943, City Gospel Mission acquired a Presbyterian church on Elm Street. It was a traditional mission which in those days included a small apartment above the chapel where the minister and his family could live. Marguerite moved in and immediately made changes.
The day that I went in there with the keys, I opened that door and I thought, oh my goodness, what have I got myself into? It was back on Vine Street. Anybody come in for a meal, and Reverend Linville would sit with his feet on the desk all day. He'd go down his pocket and pull out a quarter, hand it to him, and he'd quote them a little bit of scripture if they wanted to bottle of wine or whatever. Didn't make any difference. He got rid of it. The very first thing I did, I said, no more money. I bought a roll of bologna and a loaf of bread, and that's what I gave. Well, the first thing you know, I had a meal program.
Okay, so you actually started that. Before you, they didn't really serve meals there.
No, they just gave everybody quarters.
Just gave everybody quarters, told them to go on down.
Throughout America, most drugs were still being explored medicinally. And while opium was legal and popular, nothing was as widely distributed as alcohol. Segregation had a firm grasp on the nation, and redlining forced minorities into isolated communities, creating cities within cities. Unfortunately, segregation permeated the churches as well. So in those days, the mission predominantly served middle-aged white drunks, men who were generally skilled but couldn't hold down their jobs because of the bottle. Marguerite kept the chapel doors open 24/7 for the public. The men would make repairs to the church, sleep in the pews, and get up early to find work. The mission continued to serve children as well. They held summer camps and a Sunday Bible school that grew to 400 children in attendance. In 1944, Marguerite started the Women's Auxiliary of City Gospel Mission. They were an important group of women, influential and well-connected with the local churches. Their first goal was simple: to raise money for a China set that could serve 100 people. From there, the initiatives would quickly grow, helping the mission to scale over the coming years. After World War II, America began to change dramatically. Amazingly, the West End of Cincinnati was a thriving hub for African Americans. The community provided everything Black families migrating from the South could want. But in the 50s, I-75 was cut through the West End, destroying Black economic development, an act that displaced 10,000 Black families. Through the 60s, the civil rights movement would fight for equality in the courts. The Vietnam War brought back heroin-addicted soldiers, and drugs would be experimented with in ways never before seen throughout America. Federal drug laws would lead to an imbalance of incarcerated minorities, what we define today as the new Jim Crow laws. Welfare changed, providing incentives that would arguably break families apart. And mental health was becoming deinstitutionalized, which would introduce a new demographic into the homeless population. The definition of poverty was changing rapidly. Missions around the nation were now running drug and alcohol recovery programs. Marguerite worked hard to raise funds for a new building that could house transient men. The building was completed in 1971, but unfortunately, Marguerite began experiencing health issues that same year. She hired a new director who began to pressure her to move out of the apartment above the chapel. After 30 years of service, Marguerite would retire. The 70s and 80s would be a challenging time for the mission. The neighborhood around the campus declined and became dangerous. Internally, the mission would also decline. At 81 years old, Marguerite was invited back to visit her beloved mission.
Everything was wrong. It was the dirtiest. He did nothing, absolutely nothing. The place, the papers were scattered, everything was moved around. All of the files was out in the hall. The doors were locked, and he took out all those benches.
Yeah, we have a picture of that. I wondered about that. The church pews, now we have folding chairs.
My heart was just broke. I said, you know what I do? The first thing I do, I unlock these doors. That's the worst thing in this world for a mission, is to lock it up. It just broke my heart.
Board members would ask why African Americans weren't engaged with any of the programs. The Blacks just aren't interested, the director would reply. But the reality was that racism had permeated the mission's programming. In 1989, a period of 6 days had gone by and no one had seen the superintendent. A member of the board decided to check on the apartment above the chapel. There he found the executive director passed out on a recliner. Beer cans were piled to the windowsills and mountains of liquor bottles were discovered in the attic. The mission had officially reached its lowest point. In 1992, the board would hire Ed Perrine, who had experience working at missions in LA and Chicago. Ed worked hard to help the mission rise out of the mire, but the staff he inherited were ultimately thieving, lazy, and dirty. Eventually, they'd either quit or be let go. Ed prayed for help, and God provided. His staff would be replaced with passionate people who had a love for Jesus and the work of the mission. God would bring restoration to the mission under Ed's care. Unfortunately, the children's ministry, along with the women's auxiliary, had all but vanished under the directors of the 70s and 80s. But God had a plan for the youth of the city during that time as well. In 1978, Roger Howell moved from Michigan to join Cincinnati's Youth for Christ. 2 years in, the organization faced financial catastrophe and Roger took over as the executive director. After 3 years of hard work, he rebuilt the organization to 4 full-time staff. His work caught the attention of city leaders, and Roger was asked to take on another struggling nonprofit for youth. In '92, Roger would merge the 2 programs and name the organization CityCure. Through those years, ministry leaders would become acquainted with each other and additional mergers would take place. In '92, Roger would meet Gordon Havens. Gordon had started a Christian rap team for inner city youth. His work shared the same vision as CityCure. So in '93, Gordon would merge his ministry with CityCure. 10 years later, they would start Princess's Ballet with sites all across the city. Through the '90s, Ed would raise funding that took the organization to over $1 million. Racism was virtually eliminated and the building was occupied by men of all color. In '97, Ed would meet Lakrita Bowman. Lakrita founded Having the Courage to Change, a ministry serving women coming out of prison and into recovery. They realized that they shared the same vision, and in '98, Lakrita merged Having the Courage to Change with City Gospel Mission. During the '90s, Ed also became familiar with Roger and the work of CityCure. With a goal to minimize the duplication of infrastructure, Ed approached Roger. And in 2001, City Gospel Mission and CityCure would merge under the umbrella name of City Ministries. The organization could now serve men, women, and children throughout Cincinnati collectively. Prayerfully, it was decided that Roger would serve as the executive director and Ed would support Roger until his retirement in 2006. At the time, churches and social programming were still largely siloed and racially divided throughout the city. City ministries would break down barriers by creating a structure for volunteers to become the backbone of the ministry. Churches that would typically never meet began doing ministry together throughout the organization. With the expansion of ministry and mergers over the years, the organization's branding became confusing. So in 2009, the board voted to rebrand all of the ministries under one name, City Gospel Mission, and the mission became very clear: to break the cycle of poverty and despair, one life at a time. During the rebranding, the revitalization of downtown Cincinnati was underway. The mission had outgrown its home on Elm Street, and the pressure was on to find a new location. 3CDC was the organization responsible for the city's transformation. They partnered with City Gospel Mission to develop a capital campaign that raised $15 million for the relocation. They found a spot on Dalton Avenue, formerly known as Crosley Field, the historic Red Stadium. Everyone was excited for the new move, and then the lawsuits started to hit. The businesses in Queensgate didn't want the mission around. Roger and the leadership team worked with passion and humility to educate the city. And after 5 years of fighting lawsuits and zoning permits, they didn't just win the case, they won the heart of the city. State and local dignitaries, along with members of the entire community, showed up for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The facilities that were built were world-class, and for the cherry on top, they won the favor of the businesses next door. During the move to Dalton Avenue, Jobs Plus and Hope House Ministries would merge with City Gospel Mission. In 2017, the organization had reached 100 employees. During the COVID-19 pandemic, leadership made it clear that they were not giving up on the poor. They came up with innovative ways to shelter their guests. In 2022, after 3 decades of ministry, Roger Howell would retire. In 2023, Dr. Jonathan Brown would step in and become the mission's first African-American president, ushering in a new era for City Gospel Mission. History has proven that the best way to handle the complexities of poverty is through relationship and compassion. The organization has never been more equipped to meet the needs of the poor with the love of Jesus. And through the next century, we will continue to break the cycle of poverty and despair, one life at a time.
When I had depression, it was a very lonely stage in my life. I started to not recognize myself. I started being alone every day, not going to work, not paying bills. I didn't answer calls. I didn't talk to family or friends. It's a hurtful feeling to where it grabs you in the chest, and it just continues to grab you because you have no relief. It's a suffocation.
I grew up in Edgewood on the east end of Pittsburgh. It was a good Christian home. I grew up going to Sunday school and Vacation Bible School. When I was in high school, I started to drink and smoke weed on the weekends. And I realized that sometimes I didn't have control over it. And I started going to 12-step meetings in 1981.
The minute I walked from Hazelwood to Northside, it was that exact time I came to the Northside when I had nowhere to go. I was like, I'm homeless. And the only reason I'm homeless is because I walked away from everything that I had, because I just couldn't take it anymore.
In the summer of 1999, I was living a good life in Hawaii. I was married, happily married, and I was diagnosed with colon cancer out of the blue. I had a tumor the size of a golf ball in my descending colon. I've had cancer in my colon, my lungs, breasts, and I've had 5 different surgeries, and I've been prescribed a lot of opiates.
The path to homelessness is different for different people. And we know that since COVID has happened, that there's been an increase in those who are dealing with depression, those who are dealing with mental health issues. And then you have those that enter into homelessness because of addiction, with the opioid crisis, which continues to set records of deaths in our county. Many people are being impacted by that crisis. And a lot of them, they entered into that addiction by getting a prescription from a doctor. They find themselves in this situation, and next you know, they're addicted to an opioid, and then they try to find other ways of feeding that addiction when they can't get the prescription any longer.
I started wanting more and started taking more than what was prescribed. I was still going to 12-step meetings, and I met somebody at one of my meetings who was a heroin addict, and we kind of hit it off, and I ended up doing a drug that I said I'd never do.
I got to a point in my life where I wanted to jump off a bridge at a point in my life during my homelessness. I didn't want to deal with it no more. I didn't. It sucked. Life sucked. Like, it was, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't work. I didn't have anything. I'm just, I was just to the point where I'm just at this bridge, and I'm just like, just take one step at a time and you could be there.
We started getting arrested, possession. I started overdosing. I had family members not talking to me. It got to the point where death was a comfortable thought to me, because I did not want to keep living this way, but I was stuck.
So one of the things that Light of Life does is that, first of all, we want to hear someone's story. We want to talk to them. We want them to know that they have a safe place that cares about them. And then we want to come alongside them and refer them to places that can help them. For many of them, part of that depression has left them feeling isolated and feeling like they don't have any options. And what we want them to know is that there's a whole community that is waiting to help them and come alongside them.
I ended up getting arrested a few times. I ended up going to jail, which I was horrified. And then I realized that I needed to change my life desperately.
Light of Life, the moment I walked through that door, it was quite an adventure. I walked in that door, didn't know, have directions. I didn't have a sense of security. I didn't have any hope. I didn't have anything but the clothes on my back. And I gave them my name and they said, "We know who you are. We were just waiting for you." And when I went to the Light of Life, they told me how to get back into working. But before work, it was more of dealing with this. This was like the first 6 months right here. It was the first 6 months of dealing with who Nate was and how can we help him. And when I got in, they helped me get closer to God.
One of the exciting things I love about Light of Life is seeing the change that a person has once they come into our doors. One of the things that our alumni like to do is to look at their picture when they were first came into our doors. And you can see in their eyes, the darkness in their eyes, the weight of the world on their shoulders. And then just after a few months of being in the program, you see the light come back. You see their sparkle back in their eye. There's hope there again. And what you're seeing is the difference between hopelessness and hope. When a person has hope, life lights up again. And that's what Light of Life is here for, is to help people have hope again, to realize that they can love again, that life is not over, that their history is not their destiny, that the things that they've experienced in the past does not have to be their future. And there can be a new beginning if they would just dare to take that step and start again. And gas. We have intentional times together with meals and then there's volunteer opportunities to work together as well. And so has that been a unique experience for you as far as having employment and a place that also has those other elements to it?
Unique and surprising.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I started, we were over at Wester, accounting, administration, and development. And pretty much I didn't know anybody at North. I never met any of our clients. I didn't know any of our staff over there. I couldn't tell you a name. And I did know a couple of people from the shelter that would come in and drop off some POs or something like that, but really didn't know much of staff or the clients. And it has been unique in the fact that had you asked me when I started and said, would you like to work with any addicts? I would have said no.
Yeah.
So, from my background with alcoholic parents, I've had enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See?
But being able to break bread with some of the clients opened up a couple doors.
Yeah. I talked earlier. There is a book that's greatly influenced me called Leadership and Self-Deception. And one of the things it talks about there is how we can create these boxes that we put people in. And based on our experience or things we've done or seen, and it's so easy just to put people in boxes and then not respond to the person, but the box. We see that in our divided society so much. Who did you vote for? Which party are you in? Or what culture do you come from? And as soon as we hear a few descriptions, say, okay, this is the box. And then we start talking to that box and not the person. So in your own way, you had this way of having an idea about people who are a certain way. And but then as you spent time with them, your heart began to change in those areas.
Definitely. Probably the case with me, putting people in a box. And, when people are practicing recovery and doing well, you're not dealing with them the same kind of principles that they would use were they still drinking or drugging or something like that. And I kind of had to move from there. And it wasn't hard either once I started talking with them. It just happened.
Right. I know that one of the things that we like doing here is say how it's important for people to be seen. When I talk to people who have been experiencing homelessness and they're out on the street, what they say that some of the most painful part of that isn't even the weather or being outside or not having a place. It's being invisible to people walking right by them, people not seeing them. And so coming into a program, they're expecting the same kind of thing. And what we hope for here is that they are surprised by the value and dignity that we give everyone, because we're all made in the image of God and we are all on a journey. They're struggling with certain things. We're struggling with things as well. And we all need Christ and his grace to help us. And so you had a chance to interact in different ways with some of our clients over the time.
I did. Just being able to walk down, the kitchen is in that direction over there in the dining room. Being able to just sit with them and get to know them and everything. I was blessed getting to know them and hear their stories. But I have to say that I was guilty of that same thing, that you don't see people. And it's not really that you don't see them, it's you don't know. I didn't know what to say.
Okay.
And that's more for where I was. It's like, well, what do I say to this person? And that's one of the things now, having Lloyd is my best friend here. So, and he's on the outreach team. He is absolutely amazing. He's been doing the outreach. Most people can't do it for very long because of what you have to deal with when you go out there. There's some mental illness and, people that are flying pretty good, but being here and learning that people do need to be seen. Once that kind of sunk in, and we have those cards that we hand out. Yep, exactly. And Janet and I carry those. I have them in my car. She's got them in her pocketbook, and we're ready to just say, hey, do you need resources? Do you need food? You want a shower? You need, sometimes you can get in at the right time and get a bed. And it kind of breaks my heart when we don't have anything available. If somebody says, well, I'm with my wife and we both can't get in. So those are the kind of things that, maybe more resources can help that. But we're doing the
Yeah.
best with what we have. We know
Right.
that. Yeah.
That is a challenge. Families having housing for families who need shelter. For a long time, we didn't have anything for women or women with children, and
Right.
we're very thankful to the donors and those who are partners that helped us to be able to build a place where they can have a place. But families is the next one, and as well as elderly. We're seeing more and more people just not able to keep up. The card you're talking about, I didn't have one of these earlier when we were out here and we brought this up. This is the one I was saying. It says, why did somebody hand you this card? Because they care about you. And there are resources on here. And so one of the things we try to encourage people is, if you're going to give somebody something, connect it to a resource. And people will take this, wrap it around, put as we say in Western Pennsylvania, a gum band, wrap it around a water bottle or a granola bar, hand it to the person. And, it might be later on that night, they're in their tent and they look at it and they know that here, there are all these resources here at Light of Life that they can get. They can call. There's phone numbers directly to the places where they need. And I know our time is running out already. But is there anything else on your mind that, like when you think about the one of the things we like ending with is a vision for the future, and like, what is our hope when people come to us, when people maybe they feel like they don't have any hope in the condition that they're in. Sometimes finance is the same way. They can have so much debt and they just say, you know what, I can't even do anything about this, and they give up. Is there a message that you like sharing, or is there a thought that you like sharing for people who might find themselves thinking like that?
So, yeah, the first thing that comes to mind is when you say finances, I don't view our success as our bottom line.
Yeah.
So that's something that we've kind of talked about, where our success is really based on how people are able to live after they leave here.
Yeah.
What happens when they get here as far as hope. I know this is a fantastic team.
Yeah.
I love everybody that I work with, and I love the clients. So there is hope. It's not a hope.
Yes.
There is hope.
Yes.
And, Jesus is our hope.
That's right.
And I know that everybody here, from the time they walk in at the shelter, whether they're going to be there for just a meal or they live there temporarily, some make a transition over here, everybody along the way is going to give them the love of Christ.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
that's what makes this place different than a lot of others. There are some out there that are the same, and I love that. But yeah, and another kind of hope that I have is when we talk about the financial literacy class, there's nothing out there that's specifically for those that have been homeless.
Yeah.
You can talk a lot about all the principles and the math. If it was just math, nobody would have a problem.
Right.
So the behavioral things are even more important in this setting after homelessness, whether there's addiction involved or not. People are just more broken than you can imagine, having lost everything and been living out on the street in a tent, under a bridge, on a porch. And that's what strikes me as being so different with these people that live here, our brothers and sisters that are on the way in recovery and hopefully deepening their walk with Christ. We talk about a lot of the behavior and the spiritual things. And our first class is, you are not the same person you were 2 years ago or 5 years ago.
Yes.
There is hope. We go through all the verses. So you are a child of God, a blood-bought child of God.
Yes.
You are a citizen of heaven. You are the body of Christ, individually and corporately. There's a bunch of things we go through.
Yeah.
And they don't need that now. They've got their needs taken care of. But they're going to need it in about 5 years.
Yes.
And hopefully they'll be able to just start falling back on that, thinking about those behaviors. Instant gratification is something that spans all of our lives, and here even more so.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's my my top hopes right there.
Yes, well, that's a beautiful way to summarize it. And so, if there are people out there and they want to know more about our program, they can always go to lightoflife.org, and you can learn about not only the programs that are here, volunteer opportunities, the things that Jim talked about. Volunteers can come in and be involved in different ways, and so just think about that, be aware of it, and again, thank you for your service to us as an employee, but also as a brother in Christ.
Yep,
And
thank you, brother.
it's such an encouragement to have conversations with you and to see the way that you're impacting others. So thank you.
And for those volunteers, if they have a specialty that they're passionate about, is you don't just have to come down here and work in the kitchen or at the donation center. If you've got a specialty that you can offer,
yes,
that's great.
So often new programs begin because of our volunteers that have a specialty, and so we love to see that as well.
Amen.
So thank you for coming out here and sitting on the bench with me.
Yeah.
See, that wasn't too bad. Went kind of fast.
Yeah.
But again, thank you. God bless you.
Yeah. Thanks,
All right.
Tom.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you. Right.
I think I'm only gonna be 15 minutes, so. 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. And then we're gonna try to. And are the locking arms, are they around? Like, is there? Yeah. I mean, even if it's just a 5-minute thing, because they have a community, they have our guys that come out. We could just talk real quickly, at some point. It depends on how long they're around or whatever. Yeah.
Not in this.
Oh, that's
check.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Right. All right. Here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Here we are.
Is there a particular part you want to try to sit through?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, start. We'll talk. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, they're ready. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Well, here we are. Part of this time is we get a chance to talk to friends, to people who've been here in our program, people who work here as well. There's different hats that this man has worn. And so just glad that we get a chance to share. One of the things we're talking about, Chris, is, well, first of all, you gotta introduce yourself, who you are, and
I have one right here. I just didn't want to sing into it. I was over here singing into it.
I was trying not to sing into it, so
Everybody good back there? Yes, ma'am. Is it Jilly? Yeah.
Turnout.
Huh?
Oh,
I was surprised at how cold it was. I wasn't expecting to be that cold.
nothing like January.
It was not. It was not like January, but yeah, but
I had a snowsuit, like swimsuit. I did all those things.
yeah. Well, that was all. That was Bo. Thank God that he did all that, and yeah, he did. And he did good with this.
He always does.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
I'm glad you're here. This time, not high. Yeah. It's sitting here at 5:24 to Devo. Good for you. Yeah. That's who did that?
Wait.
And then 5:30 with Tom, but I think we're fine. I mean, we don't have to skedaddle, but yeah, I was just gonna grab these. So Tom is the president of City Gate. And the city gate is who is the 70 missions. We're all members to City Gate. And so huh?
Tom's microphone. It's Tom's microphone.
What?
Tom's microphone.
Tom's microphone?
Didn't you say Tom at 5:30? So we see the microphone.
No. Tom is
He's gonna
on,
be on
yes,
TV.
he's on TV. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, he comes. Which so far, I think we've had two successful conversations. The rest have not been successful.
Oh.
Well, no, I mean, I'm talking about the live, the live. Yeah, no, we had a lot on the bench, and those were all those were, I think the first, there was some delays in the first little bit, but
They have how many? 70 something
missions.
that are doing the conversations across.
So in the middle,
Oh, wow.
yeah, so in the middle of the night, we talked to Fresno, we talked to Dallas, we talked to Houston. Those were the three I think I talked to overnight. Houston, we have a problem. Houston,
Come in, Houston.
Houston has no problems today. Absolutely. Thank y'all for joining us. I love y'all. Thank you so much. What, baby? Yeah, y'all are fine. I don't mind. Yeah, no, we do. Candace, Rodney, Emma, and the police officer.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's my bad. I love y'all so much. Absolutely. I love y'all.
I know I stuttered a lot, but I missed.
No, you did good. No, you did good. I appreciate y'all coming out here and share. Share.
I want a sweatshirt. What do I do?
She would want me to do that. $25 at the third floor desk.
What do I gotta do?
$25 at the third floor desk. Yep, this one. That's I got on in here because it's the shirt we're supposed to wear today. Do we move you think we need to move the cones so the kids can park?
Yeah, what?
So that when the kids can load.
Move
Yeah,
this already?
yellow. I mean, I guess. Hey, what are we doing?
She's over here. Do you need work?
Going to work.
Hanging.
Hanging. You good, baby? We need to move them, but it doesn't have to be. I guess we can wait a little bit. Okay. Oh.
Do you want me to leave the pillows on the ground or do you want to pick them up?
I guess we gotta pick them. Yeah.
I tried to jump on the national feed because we're all working. Everybody was trying to get on there.
So Fresno saw that we were worshiping and had music going, and they put us on the national feed, and as soon as they put us on the national feed, the music was over.
Love the thing. Thank you. You're welcome.
Won't tell them what?
There's Tom.
Do you need anything?
Will you make sure that that's doing what it's supposed to do on the other side?
I am about to add.
You hit the one that is definitely the side of your face. You mean to move it around here?
Hey, Tom.
How you doing, Melinda?
Oh, I can't hear you.
No, test
Hold on,
one,
let
two.
him fix it.
Okay, can you hear me now? Test
I
one,
can
two.
hear you.
Hey, wonderful.
How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. They all your lovely ladies abandoned you. I was hoping they were going to hang around.
Now, as soon as I think they knew that you were coming, they vanished quick. I told them they didn't have to. But they are beautiful.
Yes, absolutely. That's great. Was loving the worship as well.
Yeah, it was a sweet time. We're just having I told them I was going to have devotion at 5 by myself or with them. They could join me. So a handful decided to join me.
That's wonderful. Very encouraging for sure. How's the time gone for you so far?
It's gone good. I'm ready for 2:00. But
you and me both.
I know you are. I know
Yes.
as much as y'all put into this, but it's been good. How's it going across the country?
It's been going really, really wonderful. In fact, better than I anticipated or our team did as well. I think everything from the experience, and it's been so cool to be able to see all 70 sites and also the communities that they're in, and we got to have some live look-ins to be able to kind of drop into the conversations and see what those sounded like and looked like, and they've all been wonderful. And it's been really a huge blessing, from the stories of transformation of what programs and people have experienced at the missions and ministries, to elected officials and to nonprofit leaders. And really, I think the sense of camaraderie and connection and community and wanting to reach out and help those experiencing homelessness and addiction and mental health challenges seems to be even stronger and growing stronger and growing together. And that's been a wonderful thing.
I agree. I know for here, a lot of the conversations that we've had have been beautiful. We've had the Foundry.
Yes.
Micah came and
Micah,
sat.
yeah.
And we had a great conversation. We've had several other nonprofits that came and joined us to share what they do to like to help and do their part to help others, and some pastors, and just it's been that part's been good, and the redeeming stories are just so encouraging.
Yes.
and beautiful.
Good. Any surprises that you've had in your conversations today?
I know that. Well, the surprise, I've shared it a few times, was that I was surprised when some of our graduates who have gone through the program, and then they went into our aftercare program, and 4 of them are homeowners now.
Oh, wow.
They went from homelessness into the program to through the process, and now they own their own homes. I didn't expect, out of 6 or 7 that I talked to, 4 of them being homeowners. That's
wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah. How exciting to see that, and really encouraging and affirming. I think of certainly what you're doing there at Love Lady Center, but also of your leadership that way too, Melinda, which is wonderful.
Oh, well, thank you. And I appreciate Citygate and how they help and contribute. And I love being a member to Citygate, and knowing that there's 70 missions doing this right now. And I was able to talk to several of them throughout the night, and that was just beautiful and fun, and just learning what they're doing and what they're learning. And I can't wait to get more. I want to know what more learned. So
Yes. Yeah. And I think I love the sense of community and openness to be able to learn from each other and recognize that different missions may be ahead in different ways or in different areas, and we can all teach and learn from each other. And I think that's what's really a cool part of being engaged and connected as a network or as a movement, is to see how God's at work in kingdom ways, and then be able to kind of learn from that and apply that into our context or into our situation. And I think even in having these conversations, to be able to see what the contextual differences are, or even the nuances of call to ministry, and recognizing how God moved in those early times to say, start a ministry with this focus, and then to see that iteration or adaptation begin to move in a different direction, but it's because of the way the Spirit was leading, or the needs were in that community or among the people there. And I just love the fact that none of our missions are the same, and they're all different. And they all have a sense of a different calling, yet the same as far as transformation and redemption, and being able to lead people to God and helping them break free from the things that hold them back.
Yeah, just the love of Jesus is a perfect picture of his love and provision, and that's beautiful. Have you seen? Has there been anything you've been surprised at as you've talked to other missions?
Let's see. So one of the, I was surprised when I was talking to Kim Cook up in Seattle at Bread of Life. She was right on the street corner, and there was a guy on a motorcycle that almost ran into her back.
Oh no!
And there were two security guards that she had to keep her safe and protect her and provide security there, that actually stepped in front of the guy before they were able to, or he was able to have any problems. And I was like, this is a first, right? I'm watching this happen on the screen, and yet
she okay?
Relieved that she was taken care of and everything was good. And we had a great conversation, and she didn't blink an eye, and that was probably surprising as well. But
when we were, I was talking to another mission, I can't remember last night, and a pair of the medics pull up. And I'm like, oh no, what's going on? And one of our girls had gone into labor, and had she's 33 weeks pregnant, and so but she delivered him last night a little after 10 p.m. And he's doing fine.
Wonderful. Not what you expect exactly. And everything that way. That's good. I've also, I think one of the pleasant and enjoyable surprises is being able to talk to some folks that might be in more of our urban ministries, like him in Seattle, or like Daniel Buller, who's in Hastings, Nebraska, and they have 3 sites, in central Nebraska, rural area, and they're just getting ready to break ground on their 4th site,
Oh, wow.
and to look and say, this is not where you would expect growth or multiplication. And yet, as Daniel talked about the need, it was certainly great there. And to see them, being blessed by God and obedient to God's leading that way, that was another great surprise, just to have that conversation with Daniel too.
And I've noticed a lot of the missions are growing, and I wish we didn't need to.
Yes.
But we do, and as long as the Lord provides, we're going to keep doing what He's called us to do.
Exactly. And that is walking by faith and walking by obedience in that. Another story I've shared a little bit just happened a few hours ago when I was talking to Scott Snyders, who's in Canton, Ohio. And again, not a really large ministry, been around maybe 30 or 40 years, a men's shelter the whole time. And they are just launching a brand new single women's shelter up there. And so they were gathered up, and Scott was there, and he was in his jacket, and he said, yeah, Tom, it's about 35 degrees. And we got a little fire going to keep us warm. And he said about an hour or two ago, 2 single women walked up, saw our fire, and said, hey, can we just warm ourselves by your fire? And he said they were exactly what we're building our shelter for. And he had them sit on the bench with him and share their stories. And he was able to, again, with his live stream, say, this is why we're doing what we're doing. And it was just a great illustration of an affirmation of what was happening.
Confirmation for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
We were, and this is not the same, but Matt had told me about that situation. I thought it was really cool. That story. But I was talking to my brother who's over operations, who does our community food bank. He oversees our community food bank, and I was asking what are needs that he sees that he would like to see, he would like to see us add, and he had never mentioned to me that he'd like to offer cut hair once a month, or he didn't say how often, but he'd like to offer a day to cut hair. And I thought, well, I had never thought about that. And so we kind of talked about it. And then he gets off the bench, and I have no idea why, but 10 minutes later, a beauty salon chair goes down the sidewalk. I don't know why they were bringing it. I don't know. I haven't figured that part out. But I was like, why is there a salon chair down the sidewalk right now? I don't know if somebody heard the need and brought it. And I was like, we need more than a chair. But that's I thought it was pretty sweet.
That's a great story too, of God's provision in what's going on. So that's really good. So what's one of
God's in the details.
Absolutely. Yeah, very much so. And just not in the abstract, and very much in more than that. What for you, Melinda, is one of the significant challenges that you're dealing with at Love Lady Center?
Oh, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Got one space, and but it's hard. Just trying to, we have 528 women and 100 children in the one building, and then we have our our aftercare services with addition, and we say our capacity is 525. We do. I would say that would be biggest challenge for us.
Yeah. And as you've worked through some of the prayer and discernment things, has there been any nudgings of the Spirit on any of that, or what does that look like?
Well, and that's actually what we were, part of my devotion this morning, and then I've mentioned it to City Gate, is in January. Through that conversation on the bench, the Lord did start nudging us to purchase some complexes, because I think for the affordable housing and for the program that I believe that God is putting into place, and as we're working out the details, it's called Next Step, an 18-month transitional program for our aftercare girls, where it's just additional services and additional. So we've put a contract now, and I've told was 58 unit. So the Spirit's definitely nudged that way, and I know that the Lord, He's told us we know where we're going to go next. So I think there's three complexes that we'll be inquiring over the next couple of years. So I know that's the direction that we're headed, which is going to be for our grads.
Yeah, and that's really, really wonderful, and so appreciate and applaud that. And it is so awesome to.
I can't hear him. Hold on.
No, test one, two.
I can hear you now.
All right, good deal. Hey, great. Well. No, very excited about that, and just it's so affirming, and just your willingness to step out in faith, and so obediently that way. And I think that you look at, not as surprising, but one of the themes I think that's happening is to see a lot of our missions looking and saying, not just how do we respond, but how do we actually take that next step? And sometimes it's an upstream step on the preventative side, or sometimes it's more of a long-term or permanent step in saying, how do we provide support that's going to continue on in what we're doing? And that's exactly where you and Love Lady Center are, Melinda, and really grateful for that.
We talk about it, and I guess the Holy Spirit wants us to cut hair at our community food bank or something.
Good.
Yeah.
I'll have to get down there and get a haircut.
Yeah. Well, we've got a salon in the center, so we have that. So I was okay, God. Yeah, I'm sure you're in the details. We've got
That's
the chair.
right.
We'll see
There's
what
going to
happens.
be another place for this. So
Yeah.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. What other conversations do you have coming up this morning?
Well, we have so Jimmy Hill Mission,
Yeah.
which is
Great.
a City Gate member. She's
Yes.
coming and she's going to talk today. I've got city official, then James Spann, which is a huge media weather person in the and it's
Yeah.
a very wonderful, beautiful supporter of Love Lady. He's going to come sit with me and have conversations. Those are always good conversations with him. And then shortly we're going to I've got a list, and then I've got 3 graduates who are now working in some type of mission that are going to come and share.
How great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
That's wonderful.
So we've got a pretty good packed morning.
Yeah, that's sounds like a lot of great conversations and a lot of important topics, and again, a lot of confirmation of ministry and what's going on. I think as you think of your graduates too, probably on the average, we probably have about maybe 40% of the staff of our missions and ministries have gone through our programs, and it really is so confirming to just see people who come through experience healing. And then turn around and sense a call of God, then to be used in that healing process in the life of somebody else. And so wonderful to see that.
Yeah, we're very heavy on how many of our staff is graduates. I love that. So like our thrift store, with the exception of a few men, are all Love Lady grads, and I love that it produces as much revenue of $4 million. It brings back to the mission.
Yeah.
And that's completely ran by grads. And I just think that's just such a story in itself. But then I love I think one of the people come to speak, she started a rescue mission. Her church helped her launch her own rescue mission. It's not a residential shelter, but it provides services in the community. That's just really where she refers out to other places, and just to see the passion that she has and knowing where she came into where she is today, it's just, again, very affirming, and it just gives hope, and it shows that, and a very common theme with the preachers, ministers, those who work in missions. We had our sheriff came and spoke, is when you take, even we had Tony Hale, and the big thing that he shared was just not focusing on self, and focusing on others, how life-giving it is, and that's been a very common theme with everybody.
That's great. That's great. And really powerful conversations that way, to be able to focus. I mean, to help and recognize for a lot of folks, it is the struggle of how do I get out of the circumstances, the situation that I'm in. And oftentimes is taking that focus off ourselves and being able to put it on other people and help other people that can flip the switch and make the change happen, to be able to do that. And that's a powerful word, and really appreciate that.
I've enjoyed the national feeds. Those have been helpful. And they've been giving.
Yeah. So, wonderful. Good. Well, we're going to have Merle Heatwole is the new national commander for the Salvation Army. And so he's going to be up, I think around 7, it'd be your central time. So it would be 9 a.m. Your time in a live interview. And then Dr. Howard Koh and Kate Long from Harvard will also be live following that as well. And then we'll have Ed Stetzer to close us out. So some really good conversations that are still to come, that are actually going to be live conversations that we're looking forward to.
Okay, good deal. I'm looking forward to all the conversations, whether it be on the national feed, on the bench, and I'm looking forward to 2 o'clock.
Join you in that. In that. So, hey, good. Well, so great to connect, and so appreciate you, Melinda, and certainly the growing friendship and partnership and all that you're doing down there at Love Lady Center. I know it is so significant and touching so many lives, and really pray God's ongoing blessing over you and your team there.
Well, thank you so much. And again, thank you for City Gate and what y'all do. Just amazing, unbelievable. I love I love the relationship and all that y'all do. Thank you so much.
Good. Hey, great. Have a good rest of your morning.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Yeah, we had a good people.
Recording in progress.
This is what it's like.
When he started doing the nighttime at the casino there.
Hey everyone, we are here at Long Beach Rescue Mission in front of the Apostle House. We are deep into this 24 hours, so if I sound crazy or like I ate a horse, that's why. But I'm here with Sean Purdy, who I've known for 13 years. 13. And Sean came through the program, graduated the program, just incredible example of discipleship and life transformation, and how the things that he learned and was equipped with, and what God cultivated and developed in his heart has translated into countless lives being changed through his ministry. So Sean, maybe tell us a little bit of what brought you to the mission, and just what this experience has been for you.
Well, I came in a car, which was pretty cool. Didn't have to ride a bus. I'm sorry. Well, I had let's see, I think I was 22 years old the first time I used meth.
Yeah.
I'd come back from the Air Force, and my little brother had said, "You got to try this." And crazy thing is, the first time I tried it, I was hooked.
Yeah.
Right. And I look back on it now. At the time, it didn't seem like that big of a deal. Like 1986, 87.
Yeah.
Someplace right around there.
Good year. I was 5.
You're 5. Yeah. I graduated in 83, went to the Air Force, came back, and I don't know, just kind of, I was working and I didn't know what to do with life,
Yeah.
And my brother shows up one day and he has this and opens up this little aluminum foil, and we do this line of this stuff, and it hurt. Oh man, it hurt. It was such a pain, right? Doing it. But 5 minutes later, I knew that I wanted to do that, like, for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Like, everybody should do this. This is the best stuff that's ever been invented.
Yeah.
Because you get that energy and you get that, the euphoric feeling, and then your mind races at 1,000 miles an hour. But if you can contain your thoughts, you can think about it. I solved all the problems of the universe 300 or 400 times. I just don't remember how I did it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how the addiction worked. Was you had a great energetic boost. You could do anything you thought. I took plenty of TVs apart and never put them back together.
Yeah.
And that's what comes with that addiction. But the minute I did it, I was bit. And I did it pretty much every day for 20 years.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
Right. And if I didn't have it, I was looking for it. And back then you can kind of maintain work and addiction at the same time, because it wasn't something that was like prevalent in society.
Yeah.
People were more worried about the drunk guy in the corner.
Yeah.
Than someone who was doing drugs, and like a hard drug like meth. I mean, it was an underworld thing, of course.
Sure.
It was done. Bikers did it and all that stuff back in the day, but a clean cut white guy didn't do it.
Yeah.
They did cocaine.
Yeah.
And then the using of the cocaine wasn't, for whatever reason, didn't look that bad.
Right.
It was a counterculture, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
The meth was a lot deeper than I think a lot of people understood. But I started using, and then crazy thing was, I was using to the point that I had to use it to get to work.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I couldn't go to work unless I used.
Yeah.
And then it started to be to where, for a lot of years, I was working to get money to get high.
Yeah.
Right. And maintain that for a long period.
Yeah.
But it took a toll. The eventuality was that you get into the 90s, I'd say around 95, 96, and people started to recognize this scourge it was to the earth, it was to society.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people started paying attention to it, and you started getting drug tested for it and things like that, and so I went through a couple different jobs, to where I got high and they had to ask me to leave.
Yeah.
But I was always easy to get another job. You hear those people talk about being functional drug addicts, and I don't know if there's such a thing.
Sure.
I'm just a drug addict that is able to get by. So I kept working, but then I got into, you start to meet people that, you know, are dark.
Yeah.
You know, dark people that, you know, are selling drugs and just living on the wrong side of law.
Yeah.
You know, and so I started to engage in that, you know, and I met this girl and we started dating and I was in love.
Yeah.
You know, but we were in love because we did drugs together.
Yeah.
And so we did drugs and then we started selling drugs,
Yeah.
you know, and didn't have to work no more because we were selling it and getting high every day. And you never get high on your own supply, that old saying, right?
Yeah.
But eventually, you know, it was that kind of a thing. And so, you know, eventually you have, you know, we have 200 or 300 people coming in and out of your house in a week. Someone's gonna say, hey, you know, something's going on over there. I don't
That
think
seems odd.
I don't think they're selling
Yeah.
Tupperware.
Yeah.
Right. You know, and
Cutco knives.
Yeah. I don't think they're Sasco. I don't think they're doing any of that stuff. Right. So the cops roll up one day and boom, you know, busted. And I happened to be off. So she went to jail. I waited for her to get out. Wallowing in the love of my life, being in jail, writing letters back and forth every day. And after, you know, what seemed like 10 years, but was only like 110 days, you know, she's out.
Yeah.
And never even thought about stopping, just, you know, went right back to doing it.
Yeah.
You know, that's the insanity of the addiction.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, it's never the drug's fault.
Right.
It was, you know, someone snitched on me.
Yeah.
They look back at you like, that's what God was trying to, you know, help you out there a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And so about 5 more years go by and she got busted again and I got busted too. And I remember, here's how crazy addiction is, right? So she's at the house and she's like, can you pick something up for me? I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
You know, so I drive over and only 2 of us could go to the dope guy's house, you know? And so I went over there on my own and I picked up 2 ounces and I was coming back. It was a rainy night in San Pedro.
Yeah.
And I drive and I see like 4 cop cars.
Yeah.
Right in front of our house. Here's how addiction works. I drive around the corner thinking, they aren't doing nothing to her, right?
Yeah.
And I pull up and the cop cars are gone. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, they weren't there at all for that. They had seen me and knew who they were waiting for. So I pull over and I got out and then a little chill ran up to my spine.
Yeah.
So instead of going to the house, I walked around the corner.
Yeah.
Right? And I hid behind a car, right, for like 20 minutes. And then I thought, coast is clear. And I come back out. And I go over to the house. And as I'm coming out, the cops jump out of the bushes from all around me. And they're like, you know, hands up and put your hand behind your back. They start searching me. What's this in your pocket? I said, it's 2 ounces of methamphetamine. It's only personal use, though.
Let me reason with you, officer.
It's personal use.
Yeah.
And he takes it and they, you know, and he asked me, he said, what were you doing behind the car there for like 20 minutes? I said, is it 20 minutes? I don't know. I said, I thought I was hiding from you guys. You said, you know, we just watched you the whole time.
Yeah.
And I go, the best laid plans of the drug addict, you know?
Yeah.
And so I went and did 180 days on that and took my beating on it and got out and stayed sober for a couple of years. Went to a place called Gratitude Retreat in Torrance. Stayed sober a couple of years, but never with the intention of remaining sober.
Yeah.
I kind of always knew I was going to go back and use.
Yeah.
You know, but I got a really good job. I was working at Home Depot, making really good money, surviving just fine, and got lonely.
Yeah.
You know, and went seeking out that girl again.
Yeah.
You know, and I found her and started using.
Yeah.
And then I went to work on a fishing boat, which was cool because everybody got high. And they didn't drug test you. So that was a good thing to do, I guess, for a drug addict. And then, you know, and I enjoyed the fishing. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
You're out in the ocean a lot and you get to see God. And back then I didn't think about it. And then a friend of mine who had been sober 10 years, I was living there, but I was out most of the time because I was out fishing for, you know, months on end. But I'd come back and pay my rent and she would just stay there. Morgan, good friend. And finally one morning she came in and I was off for a couple of months, you know, because that's how that kind of industry worked. And I was getting high every day.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is like I always had the drugs there now.
Yeah.
You know, I'd gotten to the point where in my addiction where, you know, it's weird about being in addiction. You're always looking for a way to be able to have it all the time whenever you want it.
Yeah.
Right? And I got there.
Yeah.
And that it's not Nirvana.
Yeah.
It was the most dark
Yeah.
place I'd ever been, you know, without a doubt. And I couldn't get high no more. I was sitting there, and I turned to smoke it at this point.
Yeah.
And so I was smoking bowl after bowl one night, just after bowl after bowl. I could not get high.
Yeah.
And I went down to CVS and I bought a big old bottle of Seagrams. I was never really, you know,